Depression doesn't show up the same way for everyone. For some, it feels like a heaviness that slows everything down. For others, it's the constant voice saying nothing will ever work out, nothing will ever get better. But one thing that often gets overlooked is that depression isn't just about low mood. It's about patterns in how we think, what we do, and how we respond to setbacks. In today's video, I've put together a series of videos I've done over the span of a couple of years to explain how to take apart those patterns in depression and to show how small, practical changes can shift those patterns. We'll look at how our thoughts and behavior can keep depression going and what we can do to break depression cycles. We'll talk about setting realistic goals, building structure, improving sleep, reconnecting with people, and challenging unhelpful thinking styles, and discussing how doing these things can help you better manage depression and the impact on your life. Think of this as a complete guide for managing depression. While each section stands on its own, together they give you a fuller picture of how change happens and how recovery from depression is maintained. Now, I don't expect that you're going to sit down and watch the whole video in one sitting, but hopefully it's something you can come back to over and over again to help you better understand depression and some of the things you can do to manage it. By the end, you'll see how all of these pieces fit together into an approach that doesn't just treat symptoms, but it builds a life that makes depression a lot harder to hold on to. And with that background, let's start talking about understanding depression in a new way. Now, you might be saying to yourself, I don't really care why depression happens. Just tell me what I need to do to feel better. The problem with that is that the skills and tools we're going to be talking about for managing depression don't make sense unless you understand the model and the cognitive behavioral model of depression that we're talking about. So, with that background, let's talk about what happens in depression. And you can think about human experience as consisting of three main components: what you do, your behavior, how you think, and how you feel, your emotions. Behaviors, thoughts, and emotions. And you can think of them as representing three sides of a triangle. Now, the key thing to understand is that all three sides of this triangle are connected with one another. If one side of the triangle changes, it's going to have an impact on the other sides of the triangle. Now imagine one day you wake up and for whatever reason, you're feeling pretty down and blue. You're feeling pretty crummy. Maybe things aren't going well in a relationship. Maybe you're not enjoying your job. Maybe you're not happy with where you're at in your life. A lot of situational factors can impact how you feel and can contribute to a drop in mood. So if you're feeling really crummy, you're feeling really down, what we're talking about is the emotion side of the triangle. If I wake up one morning and I'm feeling down, sad, blue, think about how that might affect my behavior. If I'm feeling down, that might affect my motivation. And so maybe I'm not feeling particularly driven to go to the gym or to respond to that invitation to go out with friends or to go for a walk or to work on cleaning the basement like I'd planned to do. My low mood makes it more difficult for me to actually engage in behaviors that I may have intended to do. So I spend the day not doing a lot of the things that I had planned to do. Maybe I just end up watching too much TV, take a nap in the middle of the day, or just find myself spending the day puttering around my home. So at the end of the day, how do you think I'm going to feel about what I accomplished in the day? Well, I'd probably look at my day and say to myself things like, wow, that was a waste of a day. I was pretty lazy today. There were so many things I should have done, but I ended up doing none of them. I totally suck. A whole lot of negative thinking about what I did or didn't do in my day. So my behavior has an impact on how I think about myself and my situation. Now, to think about the impact that those negative thoughts are going to have on how I feel, on the emotion side of the triangle. If I'm telling myself I've wasted a day, I'm lazy, I totally suck, what do you think that's going to do to how I feel? Well, it's likely to make me feel worse, pretty crummy, and essentially reinforcing the negative depression feeling that I woke up with that morning. So now I feel even more down about myself. I feel even more sad. I feel even more depressed. I feel even more blue. How's that going to now affect my motivation, drive, and interest to do anything? Well, it's likely that I'm going to have less motivation and feel less interested in doing things. And so I enter this negative spiral that leads me to feeling more depressed. Now, the nasty thing about depression is that this negative spiral can also work the other way. So for example, if I wake up feeling down, sad, or blue, that's going to have an impact on how I think about my day. I notice that I wake up feeling pretty crummy and I start to think to myself, oh no, this is going to be another one of those days. This is how I felt when I woke up yesterday and I had such a terrible day. I'm likely to have another really terrible day. What's wrong with me? Why can't I just feel good once in a while? So my negative feeling and negative emotional state influences my thinking, and I start to think in a more negative, pessimistic way, anticipating that the day is going to be a bad one. And so if I'm thinking this way, what impact do you think that's going to have on my motivation or interest or drive to do things? If I tell myself that I suck, that I can never accomplish anything, do you think that I'm going to feel any sense of motivation or interest to wash the dishes that have piled up in the sink? If I tell myself that nothing I do is going to make me feel better, am I going to bother going to the gym and get some exercise like I had planned to do the day before? If I tell myself that my friends are getting tired of me being so gloomy and down, do you think I'm going to respond to their invitations to go out? Probably not. And so my negative thinking has a negative impact on my motivation, my drive, and my behavior. And so I end up not doing the dishes, and even more dishes pile up in the sink. I don't respond to my friend's invitation to go out. I don't end up going to the gym. So I'm not doing things that may make me feel better, and therefore I'm not getting any sense of reward or accomplishment because I'm behaviorally stagnant. So what impact do you think that's going to have on how I feel? Well, I'm probably going to feel more down and crummy because I'm not getting any rewards or sense of accomplishment in my day because I'm not doing anything. So the key take-home point of all of this is that depression isn't just a negative emotional state. Depression is much more than just feeling sad, down, or blue. Depression affects how you think about yourself, how you think about your future, how you think about other people, and the world more generally. Depression affects what you do, your behaviors, your engagement in activities on a day-to-day basis. Now, sometimes when I explain this to clients, it can actually lead to them feeling even more discouraged and down, at least initially. People sometimes hold the view that depression is just about a negative mood state, but when I explain this triangle, they recognize that it affects so many more areas of their life than just how they feel. And this can make it seem even more overwhelming or more daunting a task to overcome. But the thing is, the fact that behaviors, thoughts, and emotions are all interconnected is actually a good thing, because this serves as the roadmap for getting out of depression. If depression was just about your emotions, what would you be able to do about that? Can you directly change how you feel? Think about it. If you could change how you feel, kind of like just pressing emotion buttons on your arm, you probably would already do that. If you could just choose to feel happy, you'd probably choose to feel happy instead of feeling depressed. If you could do that, you would. Anybody would. The problem is there's no direct way of changing our emotions. So what about the other sides of the triangle? Do you have any control over your behaviors? Do you have any control over your thoughts? Well, let's start with behavior. Imagine I asked you to stand up, walk around the room that you're in for 5 minutes and sit back down. Would you be able to do that? Well, you probably would be able to do that, although you might question why I'm asking you to do that. But the point is, you do have some control over your behavior. You have some control over what you do. Now, suppose I asked you to try and think about a situation differently for 5 minutes. You might find that it's a little bit more challenging than mindlessly walking around the room for 5 minutes, but if you really try, you probably find that you can think about a situation from a bit of a different perspective. For example, try and think about the last vacation you took for 5 minutes. If you can think about the vacation and think about what happened, congratulations, you just changed your thoughts because you weren't thinking about the vacation until you made a decision to put some effort into starting to think about the vacation. So you do have some control over how you think, just like you have some control over what you do. Now suppose I asked you to feel really happy for 5 minutes. Can you do that? Well, when I pose that question to my clients, they'll often say, yeah, I can do that. And when I ask them, well, how? They usually give me examples like, well, I'd think about a time in my life that I was really happy, or I'd watch some comedy videos on YouTube, or I'd go for a walk in the forest. Now notice, that might make the person happy, but none of those are directly targeting the emotion. Those are changing thoughts and changing behaviors, not directly changing emotions. So, as we start our journey to overcoming depression, this model of understanding depression is going to be the foundation of everything that we do. We're going to be focusing on changing behavior patterns and changing thought patterns to indirectly get at improving how you feel. And the place we're going to start is with behavior, because of the 3 sides of the triangle, behavior tends to be the one that's easier to change. Now, that's not to say it's easy or that it takes no effort to change behavior, but it tends to be easier to change than what we're thinking or certainly how we're feeling. So to start this process, what I'd encourage you to do is to think about things that you used to like or enjoy doing. You may want to take some time to think about it, especially if you've been feeling depressed for a while. It may feel like you've never enjoyed anything. But try to think about what are some of the activities that you've enjoyed before? What are some of the things that you used to enjoy doing? And write these things down, because writing them down helps get the thoughts out of your head and onto paper. Write down anything that's had a positive effect on how you felt, even though you're not sure or don't think it would help you feel better right now. This can be anything. Reading a book, watching a comedy, going for a bike ride, spending time with friends, cleaning the kitchen, anything that's ever given you a sense of enjoyment, reward, or satisfaction. And once you've written down some of these things, I'd encourage you to ask yourself a few questions, like how many of these things have you done recently? Are there any of these items that you could do more often? I talked about earlier, mood difficulties can be caused in part by lacking enjoyable or rewarding activities in a person's life. Is this true of you? By doing this little exercise, what it can do is to start priming yourself to think about behavioral changes that you can make that might improve your mood. Now, one of the things that you might be aware of is that conditions like depression and anxiety tend to sap motivation and energy. Have you ever noticed that when you're feeling particularly down, you stop doing the things that might help you feel better? Things like responding to text messages from friends, going for a walk, exercising, eating a healthy diet, hobbies like playing sports or crafting at home. You probably have a sense that if you did some of these activities, you'd probably feel better. But when we're feeling really down and depressed, we don't have a whole lot of motivation or drive to do these things, even though we know that they might make us feel better. And why is this? Why is it that when we're feeling depressed, at a time when we should be focusing on things that make us feel better, we don't do those things that might actually make us feel better? Well, there are a couple of reasons for this. The first is that you might not be all that convinced that doing any of these activities will actually make you feel any better. So what if I go for a walk? I'm still going to feel awful afterwards. What's the point? You may also find that you don't want to engage in these types of beneficial activities because you don't have any motivation or drive to do any of these things. And the thing is, we're used to doing things because we want to do those activities, because we feel like doing those activities. There's a drive, there's an interest, there's a desire to go for a walk, to go to the gym, to get together with friends. And with depression, when you don't have the motivation or drive or desire, it can be tempting to want to wait for that motivation to return before you get started, before you do any of these activities. In other words, I'll wait until I feel motivated to do something, and when that motivation kicks in, then I'll do it. But this is one of the traps that depression sets for you, because what happens if your motivation doesn't come back on its own? What happens if I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting to feel motivated or driven to do something, but that drive is never there? Well, what ends up happening is that I don't do anything. And what does that do to how I feel? Well, that just makes me feel even worse. It makes my depression even worse because I'm not doing any of those activities that might make me feel better, and I end up in those negative spirals that I'm constantly talking about. So rather than waiting for the motivation to return, the key first step is to engage in behavior even though you don't feel like doing it. And this is a really important point. We often hold the faulty belief that motivation precedes action. In other words, I'm motivated to do something, and it's because of that motivation that I engage in the activity. But it's actually the opposite. Behavior is what fuels motivation. The example I like to give is when you first start going to the gym. You might find that you're not particularly motivated to be at the gym. It's tiring, you don't feel very strong, you're really sweaty, your muscles are aching. It feels really awkward. You don't have a lot of motivation to be there, but if you persist, just keep going to the gym even though you don't feel like doing it, what ends up happening is that you start to feel a little bit stronger. You start to see some progress. Your clothes start to fit differently. You start to have more energy. So what ends up happening is now you start to feel more driven and more motivated to go to the gym, because by going to the gym in the first place, you've built that sense of motivation and enjoyment and reward that comes from going to the gym. The analogy that I use to explain this is that it's like one of those old-fashioned water pumps where you have to lift and push down the lever to pump water out of the well. Now, when you first put in one of those water pumps, you don't instantly get water when you pump the lever. The water is at the bottom of the well, and there's this long pipe that goes down into the well that's used to bring the water up. So you pump the handle of the water pump and you're not getting any water because it takes a while for the water to go up from the bottom of the well all the way into the pipe until it comes out of the spout. So you're doing all of this work. You're pumping the handle of this water pump, but you're not getting any water. But the reason you're doing it is to prime the pump so that eventually the water will come out and you don't have to keep doing all of that pumping without getting water. It's the same with building motivation. You may have to do a lot of pumping without getting any water, but eventually the water will come. Eventually the motivation will return to these activities and you'll feel more drive and interest in doing them. And so the next pitfall that depression will set for you in this process is that you may not know what it is exactly that you need to do to feel better. You may have a bunch of problems in your life and you may not know what the solutions are to those problems and what you need to do to address those problems in order to feel better. You may not like your job. You may be having problems in relationships. You may not know what you should be studying at university. So what ends up happening is that a person gets stuck because they're paralyzed with indecision, not sure which of these big life changes they need to make. And that's exactly where depression would want you to focus, on those bigger life decisions that are more complex and more difficult to know exactly what it is that you want. So you may not know whether or not you should be changing your job, but there are probably some things that you do know you want. For example, you may know that you want to get into better shape. You may know that you want to see your best friend more often. You may know that you want to get out of bed before noon. So you do know some things that could help, and that's where to start. The other bigger issues, those uncertain issues, those steps might become clearer once you get started on some of these other more clearly identifiable starting points. And now the biggest pitfall that depression will set for you is one that might surprise you. The biggest pitfall that depression will set is that it will get you to try really, really hard to get over the depression as quickly as you can. Depression will convince you that you need to set big goals and big expectations for yourself. And by setting those big goals and big expectations, that's how you're going to get out of the depression. And this is the nasty trick, the nasty lie that depression will convince you of. And I want to explain how it works. I want you to think about a graph, and on one axis of the graph is your level of energy and motivation, your amount of drive and the energy you have to do things. And the other axis of the graph is time. And I want you to think about the levels of goals and expectations that you have for yourself and how much energy those goals and expectations require. Now, most of the time, when we're not experiencing depression, our level of motivation and energy matches our level of goals and expectations for ourselves. Essentially, we have the energy and motivation to do the things that we expect ourselves to be doing. And for the most part, this is entirely sustainable. However, sometimes people can set goals and expectations for themselves that aren't really sustainable. They may have perfectionistic expectations of what they should be accomplishing, what they should be in their relationships, how much they should be working to get ahead and succeed. Sometimes our baseline expectations of ourselves might be part of the problem that leads to the onset of depression in the first place. We can sometimes set goals and expectations that are impossible to achieve, and if I'm constantly unsatisfied with trying to achieve these lofty expectations or goals, how do you think I'm going to feel? Well, I'm probably going to feel pretty discouraged, discontent, and eventually depressed. Now, setting that aside, let's assume that our expectations for ourselves are reasonable and appropriate, and we live our lives with the level of energy and motivation that we need to achieve those expectations and goals. But now, imagine something happens. You experience a setback at work, maybe you lose your job, maybe your relationship isn't going very well, maybe you get sick. Think about what that does to your level of energy and motivation. These are all things that may sap energy and motivation and drive. And so now my energy and motivation declines. So my energy and motivation are now lower than what it needs to be to live up to the expectations and goals that I have in my life. And what do you think happens to my level of energy and motivation when I fail to achieve those expectations and standards that I hold myself to? Well, we know that failure saps motivation and energy. So now I'm in a situation where my energy and motivation aren't where they need to be. And so I failed to achieve those goals and expectations. And with that failure, my energy and motivation have dropped even more because I'm not living up to my expectations of myself. And this is where depression gets really, really nasty and really tricky. My level of goals and expectations are here, but my level of motivation and energy is here. And so how do I bridge that gap? Well, depression will tell me that what I need to do is to just try harder. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps, stop with the pity party, and just try harder. And so what I do is I try even harder to live up to those expectations and standards for myself. And I'm going to work really hard to try and achieve those goals and expectations. But am I going to be able to achieve those goals and expectations even if I try really, really hard? Well, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how hard I try. The fact of the matter is, I don't have the energy and motivation that's required to achieve those goals and expectations. And now I've failed again, even though I've tried really, really hard. So what happens with depression is that I'm facing these constant failures and this constant inability to achieve my goal or live up to my standards for myself. And in doing so, I just experience failure and get more and more down about myself and my situation. And this is where I'll often see people when they come in for therapy. Their motivation and energy is extremely low. They feel awful about themselves and they just see themselves as total failure, unable to live up to what they used to be able to do. Now the thing is, a lot of people hold the mistaken belief that depression is caused by a person giving up, by a person not trying. But the reality is depression isn't caused by a person giving up. Depression is caused by a person trying too hard, pushing themselves too hard to live up to their goals and expectations that they simply don't have the energy and the motivation to do. And so we're left with this situation. My motivation and energy are way down here, and my goals and expectations for myself are way up here. And so how do I fix this? Well, the counterintuitive solution to this problem is not to try harder, but to give up. To give up on those bigger goals and expectations, to surrender those expectations of yourself and drop your level of goals and expectations to actually match your level of motivation and energy. And I know this can be a bit of an odd thing to try and wrap your head around. And so I want you to think about this metaphor. Imagine I'm riding my bicycle, I'm having a lovely ride, and I approach a stop sign. I come to a complete stop on my bike. Now, what would happen if I tried to start riding again with my bike in 20th gear? What do you think would take place? I can push as hard as I want on those pedals. I can try as hard as I want. I can put in as much effort and energy doing my best to push on those pedals. The bike's not going anywhere because the gear is just way too high. So what do I have to do? Well, what I have to do to get going is to drop my bike down into first gear. Now that doesn't mean I spend my entire bike ride in first gear, but I drop my bike into first gear just to get me going. And once I get going, then I can put my bike into second gear and then into third gear and fourth, and eventually work my way back up to cruising along in 20th gear. It's the same with overcoming depression. By giving up those goals and expectations that you have for yourself, what you're doing is you're dropping down your goals and expectations into a gear that you can handle. You're dropping your goals and expectations into first gear. And if you're setting goals and expectations that you actually have the motivation and energy to do, are you going to be able to achieve those goals? Well, yes, you probably are going to be able to succeed at those goals. And what do you think happens to motivation and energy when you succeed at something? When you actually accomplish a goal that you set for yourself? What do you think that does to your energy and motivation? Well, success builds motivation and energy. It's not going to jump your motivation and energy all the way up to your baseline the first time you succeed at something. But what it does is it interrupts this negative cycle of high expectations leading to failure, leading to high expectations, leading to more failure. You set a goal that you can achieve, it increases your energy and motivation just a little bit. And so what you do then is that you increase your goal just a little bit to match that new level of motivation and energy that you have. And if you succeed at that goal, that leads to another bump in energy and motivation, and so on and so forth. And over time, this approach of setting goals that match your level of motivation and energy will build your motivation and energy back to a point where you may have been before you began feeling depressed. And this is a much faster way of getting better than setting those really high expectations and goals that depression is telling you to set, that you continue to fail to achieve. It's like you're standing at the base of a 20-foot wall, and you want to get to the top of that wall. The most direct way is to just jump and bound to the top of the wall in one jump. And if you could do that, you probably would. But no one is capable of jumping to the top of a wall like that. So you can jump all you want. You can try as hard as you want to jump to the top of that wall. You're never going to get there. The much faster way, even though it's more indirect, is to walk along the length of the wall and then go up the spiral staircase at the end of the wall that will get you to the top. That's kind of what we're talking about here with this model of changing behavior to overcome depression. Now, when you hear the word goal or goal setting, what typically comes to mind? If I were to ask you, what are some of your goals? What would you say? Well, for the most part, when I ask my clients about some of their goals, they talk about big picture stuff. Things like being successful in their career, finding a partner and getting married, saving enough money for retirement, becoming more healthy, having more friends, etc., etc. Now, while all those things are really good, think about what happens if these are your goals and expectations when you're feeling depressed. If I'm feeling really depressed, how do you think that's going to influence or affect my view about my ability to be successful in my job, my ability to save enough money for retirement, my ability to form new friendships and relationships? Well, when a person's feeling depressed, it's hard enough just to get out of bed or to wash 2 or 3 dishes in the sink, let alone thinking about finding a partner and getting married. So when I'm talking about goals, I'm not talking about these bigger aspirational types of goals. What I'm talking about is what you can do in the here and now to make behavior changes that may help you feel better, or at least goals that you can succeed at and that you can accomplish to interrupt the negative spiral of failure that drives depression. If you remember, when we talked about our model of depression and the 3 sides of the triangle, we talked about how behavior change tends to be the easiest side of the triangle that we can affect some change over. At least it's much easier starting. It's a much easier starting point to change our behavior than it is to change our thinking, and certainly much easier than trying to directly change how we feel. So that's the first step, to reconceptualize and to rethink what it means to set goals and what exactly constitutes a goal. Those things that I talked about earlier, getting married, developing friendships, saving enough money for retirement, getting into great shape, those are all outcomes that we want to achieve. They are not necessarily goals. So when I talk about goals, I'm talking about something very specific. And this is a very specific tool for behavior change to overcome depression. And so when we're talking about goals, goals have to meet 4 very important criteria. And if you can begin to start thinking about goals in this way, you can almost guarantee 100% that you're going to succeed at every single goal you will ever set. So the first criteria of a goal is that the goal has to be specific. In other words, do I know exactly what I'm supposed to do? Now, this can seem somewhat obvious, and when I present this to my clients, they often say, yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense, it's totally clear, I understand what you mean. But if I ask them to give me an example of a specific goal, what I often get back is, my goal is to lose 10 pounds. Now, on the surface, this seems like a very specific goal. It's really clear what the purpose of the goal is. The goal is to lose 10 pounds. But the problem with setting a goal like this is that there is no definition for how you're going to be able to carry out and achieve that goal. So how exactly am I going to lose 10 pounds? Am I going to start going to the gym 3 times a week? Am I going to eat more salad? Am I going to do intermittent fasting? Am I going to hire a personal trainer? If I'm not specific, and I'm not clear on exactly what I need to do, it's going to make it a lot harder for me to actually implement the goal. So rather than setting a goal of losing 10 pounds, a better example of a goal is something along the lines of, my goal is to eat salad 3 times a week. That's specific. It's a lot clearer in terms of what I need to do in order to achieve that goal. So that's the first criteria of a goal. It has to be specific, and I have to know exactly what it is that I need to do in order to achieve that goal. Now, the second criteria of a goal is that the goal has to be defined in terms of my behavior and not how I feel or think about the goal. So for example, I'll often have clients set goals like, my goal is to go for a walk and feel really good afterwards. Or my goal is to go to that party and have a really good time. The problem with these goals is that they're not just about the behavior, but the success of the goal depends on how I feel while I'm doing it. What would it mean if I went for the walk and didn't feel really good afterwards? What would happen if I went to the party and had a miserable time? Would I have achieved those goals that I set? Well, no, I will have failed at those goals because the goals involved my emotions, how I felt completing the goal. And as I talked about in an earlier video, if you had the ability to directly control your emotions, then you would probably choose to not feel depressed. You'd probably choose to feel happy all the time. So we can't control how we feel. So a better goal in these situations is something like, my goal is to go for a walk, or my goal is to go to that party. By eliminating the emotion component of the goal, I'm ensuring that I've defined the goal in terms of what I'm doing, not how I feel. Because I have control over what I do, I don't have control over how I feel. Now, the other part of this aspect of a goal is that the goal has to be defined in terms of my behavior, not the behavior of someone else. So I'll often see clients set goals like, my goal is to go for coffee with a friend. Do you see the problem with setting a goal like that? What happens if I call up my friend and my friend would love to go for coffee, but they're just really busy and they can't make it? Have I succeeded at the goal? Well, no, I failed at that goal, and I failed at that goal through no fault of my own, but just because my friend wasn't available. You see, by setting goals that rely on the actions or behavior of someone else, what you're doing is taking the ability to succeed at that goal completely out of your hands and relying entirely on something someone else is going to do. So a better way of setting a goal in this situation would be something like, my goal is to call my friend and invite them to go have coffee with me. In that case, completion of the goal is entirely within my control. If I pick up the phone, I call my friend and invite them for coffee. Regardless of whether or not we go out to coffee, I've succeeded at the goal. And so in defining the goal this way, what I'm doing is making the goal 100% within my control. And if it's entirely within my control, I have a much greater chance of succeeding at that goal. Now, the third feature of goals is that the goal has to have a clear end line. In other words, will I know, yes or no, no sense of ambiguity, no sense of doubt, whether or not I have accomplished the goal? One of the things I'll often see with people when they're setting goals is that they'll set goals like, my goal is to clean the kitchen. That seems like a pretty reasonable goal. But the problem is, what does it mean to have a clean kitchen? Suppose I spend 5 hours scrubbing every inch of the kitchen, cleaning every surface in the entire kitchen, but I don't pull everything out of the cupboards and wipe down all of the shelves. You see, what depression will do in that situation is that it will look for any sliver of ambiguity in terms of whether or not I've accomplished the goal, and it will tell me that I have failed. So what? I spent 5 hours cleaning the kitchen. It looks spotless, but there's still a little bit of dust in the shelves in the cupboards, so depression will tell me that the kitchen is not clean. I have failed once again. So when we're setting goals, we have to remove any bit of ambiguity about whether or not the goal has been accomplished. It has to be black or white, yes or no. Did I accomplish the goal? Now, for some goals, this is obvious. If my goal was to call my friend and invite them for coffee, if I pick up the phone, I make the phone call, and I invite my friend for coffee, I've accomplished that goal. But for other goals, like the example of cleaning the kitchen, one way to make this black or white is to set a time limit. So for example, my goal is to spend 30 minutes cleaning the kitchen. So what I do is I set the oven timer for 30 minutes and I start working on cleaning the kitchen. When the oven timer goes off, I've completed the goal, regardless of what my kitchen looks like and regardless of how clean it appears. The goal wasn't to make it into some sort of subjective standard of clean. The goal was only to work on cleaning the kitchen for 30 minutes. So those are 3 features of goals. The goal has to be specific. Do I know exactly what it is that I need to do? The goal has to be defined in terms of my behavior, not how I feel, and not the behavior of someone else. And the goal has to have a clear end line so that I know whether or not I've actually accomplished and succeeded at the goal. Now, the fourth and final feature of goals is something I like to refer to as the 95% rule. Am I 95% certain that I can accomplish this goal? You see, I can set a goal like this. My goal is to go to the gym and work out 7 days a week for 5 hours every day. The goal is specific. I know exactly what it is that I need to do. The goal is defined in terms of my behavior, and the goal has a clear end line. The problem with the goal is that it's completely unrealistic, and there's no way that I can accomplish that goal. Remember, the whole idea of setting goals is that we want to set goals that we're able to accomplish, goals that we're able to succeed at, to reverse the cycle of failure after failure after failure that happens in depression. So if you set a goal that's really big and really ambitious, and you fail to achieve that goal, the whole process is counterproductive and actually makes you feel worse. So if you're not 95% certain that you can accomplish the goal, the idea is to make the goal smaller. For example, if my initial goal is to go for 3 30-minute walks this week, but because I haven't been going for walks regularly, I'm only 80% sure that I can do the 3 30-minute walks. So in this case, what I want to do is to scale down my goal. Rather than 30-minute walks 3 times a week, maybe I set the goal of 15-minute walks twice a week. And if I'm 95% certain that I can achieve that goal, then that's the goal I set. Now notice, this doesn't have to be a limit on what I'm allowed to do. So for example, I may set the goal of 2 10-minute walks, but end up doing 3 20-minute walks. That's fine. The goal was accomplished, and if I did more, that's great. If I didn't do more and just met the minimum of what I said I was going to do for the goal, that's still a success as well. And so what I'd strongly encourage you to do is to begin to start thinking about goals in this very structured and artificial way. By structuring your goals to meet these 4 criteria, this is a tool that you can use to ensure that you're changing your behavior towards depression in a way that you're achieving successes rather than failing. And as I talked about in a previous video, success builds motivation and energy, while failure saps motivation and energy. And so we're going to be using these 4 criteria of goals as we go forward and talk about the actual process of taking some of the bigger problems in your life and setting goals around them. If you ask someone with depression about what they could be doing to feel better, they might highlight that they should be getting more exercise, that they should be improving their sleep habits, that they should be socializing more, that they should be exercising more, that they should be getting more household chores done, that they should be budgeting better. All of these should statements that, while they're accurate, can serve as monumental weights that can suppress and weigh down a person with depression. The problem with depression isn't that the person doesn't know what they should be doing. It's that they don't have the energy or motivation or ability to be able to do these things. And so what we're going to be talking about is a method to take all of these bigger goals and expectations and aspirational wants that a person has and break them down into steps that a person with depression can actually take. And this is a 6-step process, which, if you follow it, can really help you get going and get out of the depression quicksand and depression inertia that often holds people back. So step 1 is to work on what I refer to as the problem list. To think about all of the things in your life that you want to change, all of the things in your life that aren't going well, all of the problems, difficulties, challenges that you're experiencing. Write down all of them, all of the things in your life that aren't going the way you want, and you can break them down into different categories. Things like problems with family, problems with friendships, problems with work or school, problems with lifestyle, finance difficulties, other difficulties. Break them down into categories. What this problem list does is that it gets all of the problems and challenges in your life out of your head and gets them down onto a piece of paper. The idea with this is not to worry about whether these problems are solvable or not. You don't have to come up with a plan yet. We're just focusing on writing down the problem, and you don't have to do all of this in just one sitting. You can take some time with this. Keep coming back to the problem list and keep adding to it. If you need more pages, that's fine. Keep adding things to the list until you can't think of any more problems or anything else to add to the problem list. Now you might be wondering, what's the point of this? How is this going to help me feel less depressed? Well, for one, it can be helpful just to have a sense of what are the issues that I need to be dealing with in my life. And like I said, get them out of your head and onto a piece of paper. The other benefit of doing this is that sometimes in depression, it can feel like your problems are infinite, that they go on forever. There's no end to your problems. By working on this problem list, what ends up happening is that you eventually run out of things to add to that list. It may take lots of pieces of paper, but eventually you begin to recognize that your problems are not infinite and that there is an end to the problems that you're experiencing in your life. Now, related to this problem list, you can also do a list of what are the things that you would actually like to have in your life. Imagine that you're living your ideal life and there's this camera crew following you around, videotaping what you're doing in your ideal life. So they don't know how you feel or what you're thinking. All they're doing is recording your behavior. What would you be doing? What would that video camera and that footage actually capture you doing if you weren't feeling depressed and if your life was the way you wanted it to be? You can add these items to the flip side of the problem list, or the what I would like in my life list. Okay, so we have this long list of problems and things that I would like to change. We have this list of things that I would like to have in my life. What do I do with all of this? Well, step 2 in this process is to pick one of those problems. We're not going to be able to solve everything or address everything on this list all at once. So where we start is just one problem. So for example, if one of the problems that you identify on the list is that you hate your job, we pick that problem and forget about dealing with any of the other problems on the list for now. So now I've picked one of these problems, and this is what I want to address. The problem is, I hate my job. Step 3 is to break the problem down into the various bits and pieces that contribute to that problem. Almost every problem is made up of smaller parts, and so what we want to do is to think about what are those smaller parts that make up this bigger problem. So with the example of I hate my job, you can think about what might be some of the factors that contribute to how much I hate my job. I have a coworker who's constantly trying to push their work on me. This is a dead-end job and there's very little chance that I'm going to get promoted or work my way up. I don't get paid enough. The commute to work is too long. I don't really understand what my boss expects of me. So now I have these various bits and pieces to this problem that contribute to me hating my job. So step 4, what we want to do is to take a couple of those bits and pieces and try to come up with possible solutions that might address those bits and pieces. This is where you want to brainstorm some possible solutions, and in doing so, don't try to get too caught up in whether or not the solutions are practical or realistic. Just let your creative juices flow at this point with regards to possible solutions to these bits or pieces. So for the example, the idea that my commute to work is too long, what are some possible solutions for that? I could look into doing more remote work, or at least part of the time doing remote work so that I'm not having to commute as much. Maybe I change my work hours to avoid heavy traffic. Maybe I move closer to work. Maybe I start taking transit to work so that I can watch movies or TV shows on the commute and make it be somewhat of an enjoyable experience. If one of the bits or pieces is that this is a dead-end job and there's very little chance that I'm going to get promoted, some of the solutions could include looking for a different job, taking on extra responsibilities at work to try to get noticed by some of the higher-up executives, speaking with my boss about my desire to take on more responsibility, speak to the owner of the company, express my concerns about potentially not moving up in the company and seeing what options there might be available. So at the end of step 4, I've got all of these potential solutions that could address one or two bits and pieces that make up this problem. Now, step 5, what I do is I lock into one of those possible solutions. Look for a solution that's reasonably easy to carry out, something that I'll likely be able to do. Pick a solution that's also likely to help with the problem. And hopefully it will be something that I haven't tried multiple times before and have been unsuccessful with already. So I pick one of the possible solutions. And maybe my solution is that I'm going to look into doing remote work part of the time so that I can cut down on how much time I spend in traffic commuting to and from work. And now step 6 is that we take this solution and we make it a goal. And this is where those 4 features of goals that I talked about in the previous video become absolutely critical. Those 4 features of goals are: is the goal specific? Do I know exactly what I need to do? Is the goal defined in terms of my behavior, not how I feel doing it and not the behavior of someone else? Does the goal have a clear end line, yes or no? Will I know whether or not I've succeeded at the goal? And am I 95% certain that I can accomplish this goal? If not, I either need to scale it back or pick something else that I am 95% certain that I can do. So in this situation, the goal that I might set for myself is to email my boss to schedule a meeting to talk about options of me working from home more. And now notice what I've done is I've taken all of these aspirational expectations, all of these larger goals and wants in my life, and I've whittled them down into something that I can do this week to begin to make some positive changes in my behavior and hopefully begin to address and resolve some of these problems in my life that I would like to change. And so I can make this small behavioral change that this week likely isn't going to eliminate my depression. But it does take me one step toward making some hopefully positive changes in my life. And in turn, that will start the process of helping me feel better. Now, it's important to point out that there are some common pitfalls that depression will set up for you as you go through this process of behavioral activation, goal setting, changing the behavior side of the triangle that we've talked about. And the first of these is that depression will try to get you to do way too much. Often people have too high expectations of themselves, and they're not being able to complete everything they set out because it's far too overwhelming and far too challenging to do it all. And this can be a big problem in goal setting because what can happen is that the person doesn't break down the goal into a small enough step. So to avoid this pitfall of trying to do too much, the idea is to remember and focus on that 95% rule. Am I 95% certain that I can do it? And if not, what I need to do is make the goal smaller, because what I'm doing is less important than the fact that I'm succeeding at what I'm doing. The next pitfall that depression will set up for you is that you feel discouraged after 1 or 2 steps. You start to take some steps towards this goal and shortly thereafter begin to feel discouraged because it feels so overwhelming, or it feels like I'm not making any progress. And so this is why it's important to think about the steps that you've already taken rather than focusing on how far you still need to go. Again, the focus is on success of things that I've accomplished rather than the lack of things I haven't accomplished or the potential failure of things I might try to accomplish in the future. And the third pitfall that depression will set up for you is that it will get you to minimize what you've accomplished and to disqualify your successes. So what if I emailed my boss about having a meeting and we're going to have a meeting next week to talk about work from home options? Yip-de-dee-doo. That accomplishes nothing. Well, no, it doesn't actually accomplish nothing. It accomplishes something. I now have a meeting with my boss that might lead to some positive changes with my work. But even if it doesn't, what it tells me is that I've committed to doing something and that I followed through on that commitment. And if I can do it for something like sending an email to my boss, I can do it for something like responding to that text message from my friend. Success is success, and when you're recovering from depression, you really need to think about those successes, because depression will constantly get you to focus on all of the other things that aren't going right. Now, we often hear the term sustainability when it comes to things like sustainable energy, sustainable forests, sustainable food supplies. Sustainability is a big topic these days. But do you ever think of sustainability in terms of your lifestyle? In other words, is the way that you're living your life sustainable for the long term? One of the ways I like to explain this to people is to imagine that you're kind of like a car, and that you have a certain amount of gas in your gas tank. What would happen if you constantly drove around all the time and never stopped for gas? Maybe you're busy. Maybe you have so many things on the go that you just don't have time to stop to fill up gas. Well, what happens if you just keep driving day after day after day, but never stop to put gas in your car? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. Eventually your car will run out of gas and it's going to come to a stop. So what you need to do is to ensure that you don't break down on the side of the road, you need to ensure that you're filling up your fuel tank on a regular basis to ensure that you have enough fuel to get around. Now, relating this to people in depression, what are some of the things that take fuel out of your tank? Think about the things that tend to drain your energy. It may be things like life stressors, challenging relationships, work, parenting, financial difficulties, health problems, buying groceries, just commuting in traffic. I'm sure you can think of lots of things that tend to feel draining and can wear you down. Now, the thing is, these aren't all bad things. I'm not saying that just because work takes energy out of your tank that you should stop doing it. I'm not saying that because sometimes parenting can be challenging and can sap gas from your gas tank that you shouldn't be a parent or you should stop taking care of your children. We have responsibilities and expectations of ourselves, and that's kind of what the gas in our fuel tank is for, to help us live up to these responsibilities and to make sure that we're going to work, that we're taking care of our kids, that we're mowing the lawn, that we're keeping up with household chores, that we're keeping in touch with family members. So it's important to note that just because something takes energy out of your tank doesn't mean that you need to eliminate that something from your life. What you might want to start thinking about, though, is what are some of the things that are taking fuel out of your tank that aren't necessarily productive or important or responsible? Maybe things like toxic relationships, spreading yourself too thin, trying to do too much, doing things that other people want you to do that you may not necessarily care about. So the point of all of this is to start to think about what are all of the things in my life that take energy out of my fuel tank? Which are important and necessary, and which aren't important, which aren't valuable, and what are some of the things that I might be able to eliminate from my life to prevent some of the drain from my fuel tank? Essentially, what are the ways in which I can increase the efficiency of my car? So, if you think about those things, those are the things that take energy out of your tank. And we often think about these things when we think about depression. My depression started after I began having those difficulties with my boss at work. Some sort of stress or some sort of challenge just saps the fuel and energy out of our tank, and that's what causes our depression. But sometimes there isn't anything identifiable, some readily apparent event or incident that leads a person to start feeling depressed. Sometimes it's just a slow drain that over time people just notice they're feeling more burnt out, more tired, more exhausted, and just generally unhappy with the state of their life. And in situations like this, what I often find is that it's not so much the things that are taking energy out of a person's tank, but it's the fact that the person isn't doing enough to put fuel back into their tank. You see this a lot with mothers who take on all of the responsibility for their family. They're taking care of their kids, they're helping out with their husband, they're helping their parents or in-laws, they're doing more than their share of household chores and responsibilities. But in that process, what ends up happening is that the person stops doing things for themselves. They stop making themselves a priority and making sure that one of the people that they're taking care of is themselves. The person may feel that it's selfish to focus on things that I want. Once everyone else is taken care of, then I can start doing some of the things for me. It may come from a really altruistic and caring place, but it's just a recipe for burnout because the gas tank is getting drained and there's not enough going into the gas tank to make up for what's being taken out of the gas tank. And this is what I call the sustainable lifestyle. Thinking about your lifestyle in terms of balancing the energy that's being taken out with activities that are ensuring that you're getting energy put back into your fuel tank. So we've talked about a lot of things that can take energy out of your tank. What are some of the things that can put energy back in? Well, these are things like getting enough exercise, ensuring that you're getting proper amounts of sleep, making sure that you're eating healthy and that your diet is one that can sustain you, making sure that you have social connections and that you're spending time with other people that you care about and enjoy spending time with. And sometimes people can have difficulty with the idea of having fun, taking time to do things that you enjoy, not because they're accomplishing anything instrumental, but just because you enjoy doing it. These are things that can put fuel in your tank as well. So the question I want you to think about is your lifestyle sustainable? Can you keep going the way that you're going right now? Is the amount of energy that you're expending in your life being made up for by the amount of energy that's being put back into your life? And if the answer to those questions is no, then that's a recipe for depression. And sometimes when I point this out to clients, they become quite anxious and overwhelmed when they realize that their lives are burning through energy faster than it's being replaced. But the good news is this process is reversible. You don't have to be stuck in a non-sustainable lifestyle. And there's two places that you can target. The first is, are there things in my life that are taking fuel out of my tank that aren't necessary? Are there things that I can be doing to eliminate some of those drains on my energy? Maybe it's something like having less contact with that friend who constantly complains, no matter what suggestions or support I provide for them. Maybe it's spending less time doing unpaid overtime at work because I'm trying to make up for the fact that the company hasn't hired or replaced the 3 coworkers that left last year. Maybe it's not having to maintain the house at a completely spotless level all the time, particularly if you have young kids at home. The other area to target is, what are some of the things that I can be doing more of that put fuel back into my tank? What are the ways in which I can get a little bit more exercise? What are the ways that I might be able to start eating more healthy? How can I increase my social contacts? How can I get back to some of those hobbies that I used to really enjoy doing, but that I haven't done in a while? And the great thing about this is that both of these approaches work really well with goal setting. So in previous videos, we talked about the steps involved in goal setting and the characteristics of good goals. You can apply that goal setting process to these things. So it can be setting goals around reducing how much you're working. You can set goals around getting more exercise. You can set goals around improving your diet. So if this resonates with you, what I'd encourage you to do is to work on 2 lists. On one list is, what are all of the things in my life that are taking fuel out of my gas tank? And the second list is, what are the things that I could be doing in my life that would be putting fuel into my gas tank? And once you have those 2 lists, I encourage you to set some goals around increasing your participation in those energy in activities and reducing how much time you spend in those energy out activities. So when we think about a sustainable lifestyle, one of the most obvious sources of energy in, is food. If you're experiencing depression, have you noticed any changes in your eating habits? Well, we know that depression can affect a person's diet in a couple of ways. For some people, they tend to overeat as a part of using food to cope with negative emotional states or when they're feeling really down. More often, though, in depression, people tend to undereat because one of the big symptoms of depression is a lack of appetite. You might find that you just don't have any interest in eating, you don't really feel hungry, you may go the entire day and never even think about eating or even think about being hungry. But just because you don't feel hungry, just because you don't feel like you have much of an appetite, that doesn't mean that your body's need for fuel has actually changed. So if my body needs this amount of food and fuel to do things that I need to do in a day, but I'm only putting in this amount of fuel and food into my body, I'm not going to have enough energy to do the things I need to do. And so this lack of energy leads to a reduction in activity or withdrawal from activity, which then fuels my depression because now I'm not doing things, I'm not accomplishing things, I'm letting people down, and that in turn makes me feel worse, which means I may feel even less hungry or less motivated to eat, and the cycle continues. Depression is all about these negative feedback loops, where the depression will get you to behave in ways that actually makes you feel more depressed, even though you may not realize it's happening. Now, you might think to yourself, okay, I understand that depression may affect my appetite and how much I eat, then the solution should be pretty simple. I just need to eat more. And on the surface, that makes a lot of sense. But as with most things with depression, this is a lot easier said than done. If you ask someone who's experiencing problems with their diet because of depression, if you ask them, should you be eating more? They'll say, yeah, I know I should be eating more. I just don't have any appetite, and I just don't have any drive or motivation to eat. And if you think about it, there's actually a fair bit of work that goes into eating enough and eating enough healthy food. For one, you have to go shopping regularly, which means you have to get dressed and go out to a potentially busy supermarket. But before you do that, you have to think ahead and write out a list of all of the items that you need to get on your shopping trip. And once you're in the supermarket, you have to navigate your way around the supermarket, finding everything on your list and dealing with the hassles and the stressors of being in a busy supermarket. You have to pay for all of those groceries and then bring them home, where you now have to organize and put them everywhere that they need to be. And that's just getting the food into your house. Now we have to go about figuring out what you're going to prepare for lunch or dinner. You need to figure out what you're going to make yourself for breakfast in the morning and then actually follow through with making it. And once you've made the meal and you've eaten it, now you have a whole bunch of dishes and pots and pans that need to be washed, dried, and put away. For people who aren't experiencing depression, this is just a natural part of their day-to-day life that they don't really even think about. But there are a lot of steps and there are a lot of things that you need to do in order to eat healthy. And for someone with depression, if you don't have a lot of energy and motivation, any one of the steps in this process could feel too overwhelming. So it actually makes sense why people with depression usually experience a deterioration in their diet. Aside from the lack of appetite, aside from the lack of hunger cues or desire to eat, there's also a lack of energy and motivation that makes it really difficult to do what you need to do in order to eat anything let alone eat in a healthy way. So with that background in mind, with that understanding of how depression affects your diet and multiple aspects of your diet, what can you do about this? What are some of the things that you can do to begin to break this negative spiral of depression negatively affecting your diet, which then fuels into even more depression? Well, the first thing I encourage people to do is to develop a routine and schedule for when they're going to eat. In other words, have set times that you plan to eat regular meals. If you just go by how hungry you are to determine when to eat, you're likely not going to eat anything. So the idea is to set aside times that you're going to eat. For example, I plan to eat breakfast between 8:30 and 9:30 in the morning. Lunch is going to take place at noon, and dinner is going to take place from 5:30 to 6:30. That's my schedule. That's my routine. And if I need to, maybe I even set an alarm to remind myself of these eating times. So it's important to have that regular routine of eating on a regular basis. Now, related to this, you also want to make sure that you're eating by the clock and by your schedule, not by how hungry you feel. Like I mentioned before, if you're waiting to feel hungry before you eat, there's a good chance you're not going to eat. So this might mean that you have to push yourself to eat at those meal times, even if you're not really hungry. And so what you may need to do is actually eat a little bit less food during these meals, at least to start, and then gradually build up how much you're eating over time. Now, in order for any of this to happen, you need to ensure that you have food in your home. So what that means is that you might need to set some goals around going grocery shopping once a week or once every couple of weeks, and making sure that your pantry is stocked with enough food so that you're not in a situation where you have to make a meal, but you're looking around and you don't have the food that you need to make that meal, which means that you would have to go to the grocery store to get the food, and that just becomes too big of a hassle, and so you don't even bother. So it's really important to ensure that you have the proper food in your home. And it's also important to recognize some of your limitations in terms of how much energy and interest you have of preparing meals. When you're recovering from depression, this is not the time to try and expand your culinary horizons or to try and challenge yourself with making really complex meals or dishes. The more complicated it is, the more difficult it's going to be to do, and the more energy it's going to take. The most important thing here is that you're eating, not that you're cooking. So what this means is that you may need to buy foods that are easier to prepare. This may mean more prepackaged foods or one-pot meals, those types of things. So while it might not be as nutritious and healthy for you as if you prepared everything from scratch, it's still better than not eating anything at all. Once your energy starts to come back, then you can go back to preparing more complicated or elaborate meals. Now, related to this is that you can actually cut down your food preparation time significantly by making extra when you cook something. So things like stews, casseroles, soups, chili, these types of meals work really well because it's not a lot of extra work to make a big batch of these. And so if you make a large batch of chili, for example, and then you eat some, but then freeze 6 or 7 servings that you can use later in the week, that can be very, very helpful in terms of food prep. I once had a client who essentially would cook all of their dinners for the week on Sunday. They would make a big casserole or a big batch of chili, a really thick and hearty soup, and they would make enough so that they could eat that every night for dinner. Again, this doesn't give a whole lot of variety to what they're eating, but it's what they felt they had the energy and the ability to do rather than every day having to prepare something new for dinner. Another thing you might want to think about is where you eat and how you structure those meal times. What I often encourage people to do is to ensure that they're eating at the dinner table and just focus on eating during that time. Meals are not a time to multitask, even though we often treat them that way. I'm rushing around trying to get some laundry on while also trying to respond to that email, and all that time I'm carrying around my sandwich and scarfing it down while I'm doing all of these other things. I encourage people to view meals as a break in the day from everything else that they're doing and just focus on eating. By doing this, you give yourself an opportunity to actually enjoy what you're eating because you're paying attention to it and not the 15 other things that you're trying to do. It's essentially approaching eating in a more mindful way so that we can reestablish some of that connection between the food that I'm eating and the impact that it has on me in terms of my energy. It's also about me reminding myself that I need to make fueling myself a priority, which is something we often don't think about. So, if you recognize that you could potentially benefit from making some of these changes in terms of your diet or eating schedule, the idea is to think about what are some goals that I can set to begin to start implementing some of these changes. For example, my goal is to buy a bag of baby carrots from the supermarket and portion them off into small containers to ensure that I eat baby carrots every day. My goal is to set a timer for 20 minutes to ensure that I'm not rushing through meals and that I take my time while I'm eating. My goal is to set an alarm to remind me every day to have a snack in the middle of the afternoon. There are all sorts of ways that you can set behavioral goals using the goal-setting approach that we've talked about to begin to start changing some of these eating habits and reversing the negative effect that depression is having on your diet. And exercise is one of those things which on the surface might seem like it's an energy out type of activity, but in reality, exercise is one of the most effective things that you can do to overcome and prevent depression. Now, for a number of years, there's been a lot of research on the antidepressant effects of exercise. In other words, the relationship between our physical fitness and our emotional health. And the results of those studies are pretty clear about the numerous benefits of getting regular physical exercise. People who exercise regularly generally have better mood and fewer symptoms of anxiety and depression than people who tend to be inactive. Low levels of physical fitness in people with depression has been shown to be a significant risk factor for a person developing subsequent depressive episodes. Exercise has been shown to lower the risk of relapse at comparable levels, if not better, to treatment with antidepressant medications. People who get regular exercise tend not to react to difficult life events with as much stress as people who don't get regular exercise. And there have been studies that have assigned depressed people to exercise treatments compared to people who don't get exercise treatments. And what they found was that the people who were treated with regular exercise experienced the same amount of benefit and reduction in depression symptoms as if they were treated with psychotherapy or antidepressant medications. So what the research has clearly shown is that regular physical activity and exercise might be one of the most effective treatments for depression available. And that includes psychotherapy and medications. Exercise may be better than both of those. And so this is why it's so important that regular physical exercise becomes a part of your antidepressant lifestyle And it's such an important part of having a sustainable lifestyle. But you might be wondering, how exactly does exercise have such a powerful impact on mood and depression? Well, there are four main ways that exercise can positively impact your mood. The first is energy improvements. When people engage in regular physical exercise, this is associated with increased energy, which has a generalizing effect on the rest of a person's life. The more energy you have, the more you're able to do, which helps you feel better, which gives you more energy, and you get into this positive spiral. The second benefit is in stress reduction. Regular physical exercise can help reduce the physical impact that stress can have on a person. Have you ever noticed that if you're having a particularly stressful day and you're feeling really physically tense or restless, how something like going for a run, going outside and going for a walk, or doing something to burn off that physical tension can actually help you feel less stressed? The third benefit of regular physical exercise is a sense of elation or exhilaration that comes with some forms of exercise, particularly moderate to strenuous cardiovascular exercise. The type of exercise that gets your heart rate up. This is associated with what's often referred to as the runner's high. And what happens is, with this type of exercise, your body releases endorphins, which are a type of neurotransmitter that are associated with feeling good. And finally, the fourth benefit of regular physical exercise is that it's associated with general improvements in mood, even outside of the exercise itself. And this usually occurs after a few weeks of regular exercise, and it doesn't seem to matter about the type of exercise that you're doing. What's probably happening here is that just the act of making a plan to exercise, getting out and doing the exercise, making it part of your schedule, in and of itself can lead to benefits and improvements in mood. So the key is, exercise works, and it works really, really well as a tool to combat depression. Now the thing is, a lot of people already know this. A lot of people with depression already know that they should be getting more exercise. It's likely one of the things that they're beating themselves up about that's contributing to their depression. So if I'm feeling depressed and know that I should be getting more exercise, how exactly do I go about doing it? Well, the idea is to use some of those goal-setting approaches that we've talked about in previous videos to help develop an exercise program that you can actually do. Now, the exercise program doesn't need to be a total revolution of your life. You don't have to change everything all at once and invest hundreds of dollars in special equipment or gym memberships. What we want to do is to just start with small, specific, behavioral goals that you can succeed at, that starts you getting just a little bit more exercise that you can then build upon. So when you're thinking about developing an exercise program, the first thing you want to think about is picking the right activities. One of the challenges with exercise is that it can be hard to keep going, particularly if the type of exercise that you're doing isn't really all that enjoyable for you. You see this all the time at gyms in January and February. People make a commitment as part of a New Year's resolution to get more exercise, and they go to the gym, and the gym is really busy for the first few weeks of January, or maybe even into February. But what ends up happening is that people stop because they don't actually enjoy going to the gym. So what you want to do is to pick things and activities that you might enjoy doing, because this will make it a lot easier for you to be able to maintain this and for you to develop a regular routine of exercise. So if you don't like the idea of lifting weights, you don't have to do that. Rather, you can take up walking or jogging or yoga. You want to pick the type of exercise that suits you best. And part of this is trying to focus on the enjoyment in the physical activity rather than trying to get a particular physical outcome from it. In other words, try to focus on the process of the exercise rather than the outcome of the exercise. For example, people who exercise for enjoyment or focus on the enjoyment parts of exercise seem to experience greater improvements in mood than people who are exercising to lose weight or to look better. And this leads to the next point, which is that it's important to have some variety in the types of exercise that you're doing. Have more than one activity and try to alternate between those activities. For example, think of something like hiking, yoga, and riding an exercise bike. By having some of this variety, what it does is it ensures that you're not getting stuck or stagnant doing the same thing over and over and over again and feeling bored. Additionally, this variety gives you options if, for example, the weather is really bad and you don't want to go for a hike in the cold rain. So in that case, you can do an indoor activity like riding the exercise bike or doing some yoga. And when you're thinking about an exercise program, it's important to remember that frequency is more important than duration. And I'll repeat, frequency is more important than duration. So regular, short periods of exercise, making sure that you're doing something for exercise and physical fitness 3 to 4 times a week is much more effective than one extended exercise activity. So you don't want to be a weekend warrior that does a 2 or 3 hour bike ride on Saturday and then feels totally wiped out for the rest of the weekend and does nothing the rest of the week. Rather, it would be much better to ride your bike 3 or 4 times a week for 20 or 30 minutes. This isn't going to wipe you out like the long ride, and it's also going to ensure that you're engaging in physical activity more than just once a week. And one of the last things to think about when thinking about developing an exercise program is to remind yourself nothing changes overnight. But physical exercise can be one of those things that if you approach it from a standpoint of instant gratification and immediate improvement, it's going to be a great disappointment for you. If you go for a walk and expect that by the end of that walk, you're going to feel energized and happy and much less stressed, chances are you're going to feel disappointed by how you feel at the end of that walk. This is where setting goals around physical exercise becomes so important. And when we talk about goals, the goals have to meet those 4 criteria I keep repeating and talk about in previous videos and pretty much in every video when we talk about goal setting. The goal has to be specific. The goal has to be defined in terms of your behavior, not how you feel doing it. The goal has to have a clear end line, and the goal has to be realistic. So making a goal like, my goal is to go to the gym and feel really good after my workout, that type of goal may just set you up for feeling like you failed, particularly if you don't feel really good after your workout. So rather, the idea is to set a goal in which it doesn't matter how you feel. All that matters is that you commit to doing something for physical exercise and you follow through on it. So a much better example of a goal is, my goal is to go for 3 15-minute walks around the block this week. If I haven't been getting any exercise, that's a great start, and it gives me something to build on, especially because I'm likely to succeed at that goal. One of the first things that tends to go by the wayside is having fun or recreational activities and hobbies. And it usually starts slowly, with people gradually withdrawing from activities they used to enjoy doing, maybe because of other stressors or time crunches that are taking more of a priority. And this is very common in depression, is people have less energy than usual and therefore want to focus the energy that they have on more productive or important tasks. I'm not going to go play tennis with my friend because I have to deal with this big project I have to complete for work next week. It seems like a waste of time for me to watch the hockey game tonight when I have so much cleaning and so many chores to do around the house that I've been putting off doing. Now, it's natural that we prioritize our efforts and energy around the things that we deem to be most important at a particular time. And for a lot of people, having fun tends to be lower down on the priority list. Now, this is particularly magnified in depression when people can often experience anhedonia, which is a difficulty experiencing pleasure and enjoyment in activities that they used to enjoy doing. For example, suppose I love reading books, and before depression, I could immerse myself in a novel for hours, really enjoying the story, the characters, and the words on the pages. But during depression, when I pick up a book, the words on the page seem meaningless, the characters seem unrelatable, and the story doesn't engage me at all. In a situation like that, it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to read for fun when I don't actually get any enjoyment from reading. And so depression and fun, unfortunately, can fall into this negative cycle that exacerbates the depression. When you're in the midst of a depression, your interest and joy in engaging in fun or rewarding activities, those things that you used to love doing, that tends to wane. And as a result, you stop doing those activities, which contributes to a decline in your mood. And this pattern isn't just the case in depression. Even if someone who wasn't experiencing depression stopped doing all of the enjoyable or rewarding activities they used to do, they'd probably notice that their mood would decline as well. So the key to understand is that depression saps the desire and enthusiasm for having fun, leading to this downward spiral where you don't do things for fun and your mood continues to plummet, making you even less interested in pursuing fun or enjoyable activities. So, therefore, having fun is actually a critical tool in managing depression. But there are a couple of significant barriers that often prevent people from engaging or doing fun activities when they're battling depression. And the first is that many people view fun as an optional part of life, or even a bit frivolous or childish. Throughout our lives, we've been conditioned to think of fun as a reward that you get to indulge in only after you've completed chores and responsibilities. You get to go outside and play only after you've done the dishes. Think about this realistically. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where all of your obligations, all of your tasks, all of your responsibilities were genuinely completed? Have you ever sat down and said, I don't have any chores or responsibilities I could do right now? The answer is probably no, because there's always something more to do, always another task that you could be working on. So if you're putting off having fun until all of your responsibilities are done, what ends up happening is that you're never going to have fun and you're never going to make it a priority. This is what I call the fun pitfall. You don't do anything for fun because there are so many other responsibilities you should be doing. But by not engaging in enjoyable and rewarding activities, your mood declines because you're missing out on all of the activities that used to give you a sense of energy and enjoyment, which in turn makes you less capable of doing the chores and responsibilities that you feel you need to do. And then you get further and further behind. It's critical to understand that fun shouldn't be relegated to the back burner until all of the tasks and responsibilities in your life are complete. While work, family, chores, they're undoubtedly important, neglecting to incorporate fun into your life will only drain your energy and worsen negative feelings of depression. Now, the second barrier that interferes with people focusing on having fun in the midst of depression relates to how you allocate your energy as you start to recover from depression. As people start the process of recovering from depression, it's usually associated with a slight improvement in mood and energy, and this can lead to a tricky trap that depression will set for you. With the increasing energy, you might feel the urge to tackle all of the tasks and responsibilities that you've been neglecting because of your depression. You may have gotten behind on paperwork or household chores or laundry or dishes, and the temptation can be that as I'm starting to feel a little bit more energy, I'll work on all of those things that I've been neglecting. The problem is these types of responsibilities and chores tend to be mundane and they drain energy because they have no inherent sense of reward or pleasure in doing them. Now, you might feel good that your toilet is clean after you've cleaned the toilet, but the act of cleaning the toilet isn't inherently rewarding or enjoyable for most people. So, if you're using up your energy on these mundane and energy out activities, what's going to happen is that your energy is going to get sapped and your mood is going to decline because you've invested all of that energy in activities that yield no energy back to you. So, to prevent this from happening, if you begin to feel somewhat better and your energy levels slowly rise, it's critical to put some of that energy to fun and enjoyable activities. The purpose of these activities is to help replenish your energy and enthusiasm, which in turn allows you to take on those responsibilities and tasks and chores without draining your energy completely. And this is why it's really important to begin to think differently about the purpose of fun. Fun is not frivolous or an optional part of life. Instead, it's a vital and necessary part of a fulfilling and sustainable lifestyle. If you always treat fun as optional, what that's going to do is lead you to prioritize all of the other tasks over having fun, which will just sap your energy and worsen your mood and depression. So, if you recognize the importance of incorporating fun into your life, the next thing you want to think about is what are the steps that you can actually take to build more fun into your life? Well, the first thing is to acknowledge that when you're experiencing depression, you might not initially find these activities enjoyable. Remember, this is an expected result of the anhedonia that is often found in depression. So the key is to persist in engaging in these fun activities, even if you don't find them fun or enjoyable at the start. If you keep doing these activities, eventually the fun and enjoyment will gradually return as your mood starts to improve. Consider the example of someone who used to love hiking, but has found it lacking appeal since they fell into depression. So this person decides to go for a hike, even though the thought of a hike doesn't initially excite them. Now, during the hike, they might notice things like the sunrise, the beauty of the forest, hearing the sound of birds singing. These are parts of the hiking experience that they may not have thought of before, but these observations and experiences over time can reignite the joy and fulfillment that the person once associated with hiking. Now, one of the things that people will often ask me is, what should I do if I can't think of anything that might be fun? Nothing I can think of seems like it would be fun or enjoyable. Well, in this case, if you're not sure about what activities might bring you a sense of fun or joy, spend some time thinking about things that you used to enjoy before you began feeling depressed. Write out a list of what were some of the things that you used to like doing that maybe you haven't done in a while because of the depression. Did you used to love playing a musical instrument, painting, playing video games, gardening? If you're still stuck coming up with ideas, you can look back through old photos over the years to see what were some of the things that you used to do as a way of jogging your memory for possibilities. If you enjoyed those activities in the past, there's a fairly good chance that you could enjoy those activities again in the future. The other thing to do is to talk to friends or family about potential ideas of things that you could do for fun. What are the things that they do for fun? What are things that you may be able to do together with them to have fun? Trying something new might lead to some unexpected sources of enjoyment. And once you have possibilities about potential things that you could do for fun, the idea is to then set goals around engaging in those activities. Now you'll notice I continue to come back to this idea of goal setting because it's absolutely critical in making behavior change. By setting goals that are specific, defining the goals in terms of your behavior, having goals with a clear end line and that are realistic, you can go from having ideas about things that you might want to do for fun to actively engaging in those activities. Some of us struggle to fall asleep, lying awake for seeming ages, staring at the ceiling. For others, they wake up multiple times during the night, leaving them feeling groggy and far from refreshed in the morning. And then there's those folks who wake up way too early and just can't get back to sleep, feeling like their day is starting at like 3 or 4 in the morning. Now, the good thing is that there are things that we can do. There's practical things that we can do to improve our sleep and to ease those frustrating sleep problems. But there's no magic solution that guarantees a perfect sleep for everyone. Sleep is a complex process, and what works for one person may not work for another. So, what we're going to be doing is to think of building a sleep toolbox. We're going to talk about some habits and tips that you can do to give yourself a better chance of staying and falling asleep through the night. It's kind of like putting together your own personalized toolkit to create your ideal sleep environment. And while there's no guarantees that these types of tips are going to absolutely make you fall and stay asleep, what these tips can do is increase your odds of getting a better night's sleep. So the key first step is to start by understanding why having a regular sleep schedule is so important. You see, our bodies love routine, and they work on a 24-hour cycle. And when we mess up our sleep schedule too much, it can confuse our internal body clock, leading to sleep problems. So one of the things you need to do is to help your body recognize when it's the best time to sleep. And one of the best things you can do for this is to stick to a regular sleep schedule. So try going to bed around the same time every night, even on weekends. And I know the temptation to stay up late and sleep in on your days off, that temptation is real, but it can throw off your body balance during the rest of your week. Now, if you're having trouble falling asleep, don't force yourself to go to bed too early or earlier than usual because it won't work. Instead, try gradually moving up your bedtime in small increments. Start by going to bed 30 minutes earlier. And once you're comfortable with that, try moving it another 30 minutes earlier until you find a bedtime that allows you to get the amount of sleep that you want. It's not just about bedtime, though. Having a regular wake-up time is equally important. And I know it may sound counterintuitive, but waking up at the same time every day helps reinforce your body's internal clock. Sure, you may be tempted to want to catch up on sleep after having a bad night's sleep the night before, but constantly changing your wake-up time can confuse your body and mess up your sleep pattern. So the idea is to try to set a regular wake-up time, even on weekends, again, and stick to it. And this brings us to napping. Now, naps can be really tempting, especially when you're feeling tired during the day. But the problem is, napping can mess with your sleep-wake cycle. If you take a nap in the afternoon, your body is getting the signal that that's a time to sleep when that's a time when you should actually be awake. That's not good for your sleep quality at night. So try to resist the temptation to nap during the day. If you're feeling drowsy or tired, try doing some light physical activity to stay awake. Try taking a short walk. By avoiding napping, it helps you to maintain a consistency to your sleep schedule. Another thing that's important to do is to establish a bedtime routine. Just like having, just like you have a morning routine to get ready for your day, having a bedtime routine helps signal to your body that it's time to wind down and to prepare for sleep. What you want to do is to avoid stimulating activities like doom scrolling through your phone or watching exciting videos before bed. Instead, you want to try to create a relaxing pre-sleep routine about an hour before you want to go to sleep. Consider reading a book, doing some deep breathing or meditation. These types of activities can help your body naturally wind down and prepare for sleep. It's almost like you're cueing your body that I'm about to go to bed. Sometimes what people will do is use alcohol to help them fall asleep. And this might seem like a good idea to have a drink or two to help you relax and fall asleep. But the problem is alcohol can disrupt your sleep cycle. Now, alcohol may be effective in helping you fall asleep initially, but as your body metabolizes the alcohol, it can lead to disruptions in your sleep, causing you to wake up in the middle of the night and feeling awake and having difficulty falling back asleep. So be mindful of your alcohol consumption, especially close to bedtime. That brings us to coffee. Now, this should be an obvious one. You want to limit your coffee intake, especially later in the day. Coffee contains caffeine, which is a stimulant, and that stimulant is aimed at keeping you awake and alert. That's why people drink it. And so to avoid disrupting your sleep, you want to set a cutoff time for when you're going to drink coffee. Ideally, not after noon or 12 o'clock. And if you're sensitive to caffeine, you may need to even stop drinking coffee even a bit earlier in the day. Caffeine takes a little bit of time to leave your system, so be cautious about when you're drinking coffee as a way of trying to ensure a better night's sleep. Now, regular exercise is a fantastic tool that you can use for sleep quality, but the timing of when you exercise matters, and that's important too. Exercising too close to bedtime, what that can do is it can stimulate your body and mind, making it harder for you to wind down for sleep. So instead, what you want to do is to aim to schedule workouts earlier in the day, preferably in the morning or the early afternoon, because this gives your body enough time to relax and recover before bedtime, and that will set the stage for a potentially better night's sleep. Now, your bedroom environment plays a huge role in how well you sleep. Nowadays, many of us have lots of electronics in the bedroom, and a lot of those electronics have those notification lights or power lights that can emit disruptive light in your room. So to create a sleep-friendly environment, what you want to do is to turn off all unnecessary lights, and you might want to consider covering those notification lights with some tape so that they don't shine all night. And so the key is you want to try to create as dark a sleep environment as possible. Now, for a lot of us, it's tempting to use our bedrooms for various activities like exercise or working, especially if you're working from home. But using your bedroom for everything other than sleep can confuse your body. So what you want to do is to try to limit non-sleeping activities in the bedroom and use your bedroom exclusively for sleep. And what this does is it helps your brain associate the bedroom with relaxation and rest, setting the stage for a better chance for sleep. Now, obviously, this depends on your living situation and how much space you have, but to the extent that it's possible, try to keep your bedroom focused as a place of sleep, not other things. You also want to avoid associating your bed with frustration or anger. If you find yourself tossing and turning in bed and unable to sleep, spending too much time in bed where you're not sleeping can lead to these negative emotions. So if you can't fall asleep within 10 to 20 minutes, get out of bed and engage in some sort of calming activity in another room until you feel sleepy. Try doing some deep breathing, try to read a book, try to do something that's non-stimulating. Just until you start to feel sleepy again, then go back to bed, because your bed should be a place of relaxation, not a place where you feel frustrated because you can't fall asleep. Now, related to this, checking the time when you wake up in the middle of the night can add unnecessary stress and anxiety about how much sleep you're getting. So what you might want to do is try turning around your alarm clock or put your phone away from you so that you can't see the time during the night. You set an alarm for the morning, but there's no need to know what time it is during the early hours of the morning. Trust that your alarm will go off to wake you up. You don't need to be checking the time, because reducing the focus on the time it is, can help you relax and fall back asleep. And finally, you want to try to stop working really hard to fall asleep. The more stress you put on yourself about falling asleep, the more difficult it becomes to sleep. So you want to try to change your mindset from things like, I must fall asleep or else, to, I'd love to get a good night's sleep tonight, but even if I don't, I'll be okay. I've had lots of nights where I haven't slept particularly well and was still able to function okay the next day. You see, putting less pressure on yourself to fall asleep can paradoxically lead to better sleep. So, with some of these tips in mind and thinking about the quality of your sleep, what are some of the things that you might be able to start doing to change or improve the quality and quantity of your sleep? And just like with all of the other sustainable lifestyle tips we've been talking about, you can set goals at improving your sleep using the features of goals that we've talked about and that I keep coming back to again and again. Maybe you set a goal of setting your alarm to remind yourself to stop using an electronic device at 10 p.m. You could set the goal of disabling or covering over the ambient lights and notification lights of the various electronics in your bedroom. You might set a goal of moving your work desk to a corner of the living room and out of your bedroom. These types of specific, behavioral, and realistic goals are going to be the types of goals you want to set to improve your sleep. And even though these goals and these tips aren't going to guarantee that you're going to start sleeping better right away, what they can do is to start building better sleep habits, which will ultimately lead to better sleep. Now, it may seem obvious, but it's important to note regardless that individuals with depression are much more likely to turn to drugs and alcohol as a way of self-medicating and alleviating emotional pain. Essentially, it can be very tempting to turn to drugs and alcohol as a form of self-medication to cope with the symptoms of depression. And while drugs and alcohol may provide temporary relief of symptoms, they can often exacerbate the underlying depression and lead to a vicious cycle of dependency. Essentially, as a person is feeling depressed and down, they turn to alcohol or drugs to suppress or self-medicate those negative emotional states, which in turn just leads to even worse depression symptoms. But you might be wondering, how exactly does alcohol or drug use make depression symptoms worse? If I'm feeling down and I'm feeling really depressed or upset, and I have a drink or I use marijuana and don't feel as down or upset anymore, what's wrong with that? How would that actually make my depression any worse? Well,
There are a number of ways in which alcohol and drugs can lead to worsening depression symptoms. The first is that if you're using drugs or alcohol to cope with negative emotional states, what ends up happening is that problems are avoided rather than being dealt with. If I'm having problems in my relationship with my wife, and I deal with the stress of those problems by drinking or using drugs, I'm not actually dealing with the problems in my relationship. The drugs or alcohol make it more difficult for me to problem solve or deal with the challenging situations with my wife. And my use of drugs and alcohol as a way of coping may actually be an additional source of problem or conflict in the relationship. And typically, if you're not dealing with a problem or a problem situation, the problem doesn't tend to go away on its own, but rather it festers and becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes a crisis, which isn't good. Another way that drugs and alcohol can worsen symptoms of depression is because they can interfere with performance in important life activities like work, home responsibilities, and social situations. As I just noted, problematic use of drugs and alcohol can lead to interpersonal challenges in relationships with family members or friends. It can lead to social isolation as people turn to using drugs and alcohol to cope. And as a result, they isolate people from it. The drugs and alcohol tend to isolate people from supportive social networks. So this can lead to a greater sense of alienation and disconnection from other people. Obviously, if you're increasing drug and alcohol use, that's going to have a negative impact on your ability to perform household chores and responsibilities. It may interfere with your attendance and performance at work. And what ends up happening is that a person begins to feel like there are so many areas in their life that are falling apart and not going well. I'm having problems at work because I'm not able to get up. I'm not able to get as much done. Chores are piling up at home because I've spent the last 2 nights drinking. My relationships are continually strained because I'm constantly fighting with people about how much I'm drinking or my drug use. At a physiological level, alcohol and some drugs are central nervous system depressants. And what that means is that they slow down brain activity and body functions. Now, in the short term, this might provide temporary feelings of relief or disconnection from stress. But the depressive nature of these substances can lead to worsening depression symptoms, especially when used often. The depressive effects of alcohol and some drugs can interfere with cognitive functioning. It can lead to emotional numbing and lead to a decrease in overall levels of energy and motivation. So using drugs and alcohol to cope with depression is paradoxically serving the role of worsening the depression. Another problem with using drugs or alcohol to manage symptoms of depression is that it increases the risk of suicidal thoughts and behavior. Substance use can impair judgment and impulse control, making people more vulnerable to act on suicidal thoughts. Essentially, drugs and alcohol can interfere with your ability to think more realistically about situations, and the danger is that you get into more negative thinking spirals, including suicidal ideation. And if you're in an intoxicated state, you're more likely to act without thinking clearly, potentially leading to impulsive suicide attempts. Alcohol and drug use can contribute to physical and health problems, which can exacerbate symptoms of depression. For example, higher levels of alcohol consumption can lead to liver damage, heart problems, and increased risk of accidents or injuries. And there's a strong link between depression and chronic health conditions and physical injuries. Therefore, if your drug and alcohol use is leading to physical problems or physical injuries or impairments, that's likely going to contribute even more to feelings of depression and hopelessness. And the final way that drugs and alcohol can contribute to worsening depression is that the substances can interfere with treatments for depression. Treating depression when it co-occurs with drug or alcohol abuse can be much more challenging than treating each issue separately. A number of antidepressant medications that are commonly used to treat depression can interact with drugs and alcohol, thereby making the medications less effective. Additionally, many standard psychological treatments for depression may not be as effective in the presence of drug or alcohol use. For example, it makes it a lot more challenging to engage in cognitive behavioral treatments, goal setting, and challenging negative thinking patterns contributing to depression when a person is regularly using drugs or alcohol and they're interfering with their cognitive functioning or motivation. So, if you're experiencing depression and you're finding that you're using drugs or alcohol to cope or self-medicate the psychological symptoms, what can you do about it? Now, the thought of having to eliminate drugs or alcohol completely from your life might seem daunting or unrealistic, particularly if you've been using those substances for a while. So while ideally it is best to avoid using drugs and alcohol when you're experiencing depression, reducing how much you use is better than feeling overwhelmed by the idea of abstinence from substances and giving up entirely. And just like with all of the other sustainable lifestyle topics we've discussed, you can use goal-setting approaches to help reduce or limit your drug or alcohol consumption. So the first step would be to survey how much you're actually using. Spend some time monitoring and documenting when and how much of the substances you're actually using. Now, this can be quite eye-opening to some people, as once they start to monitor their drug or alcohol use, they're surprised by how much and how often they're actually using. And if that's the case, the idea is not to get too overwhelmed, but to just focus on what would be a realistic step to cut back or reduce how much you're using. You could set a goal as simple as putting the alcohol in your home away in a closet so that it's not as readily accessible or staring you in the face all the time. That way, if you're tempted to have a drink, you have to go all the way down to the hallway, open the closet, and get the bottle from the closet. And during all of that time, it gives you an opportunity to think about what you're doing and whether or not you really want that drink. And when we experience depression, one of the main areas of our lives that it can affect is our social relationships. This can take the form of withdrawing from social relationships because we don't have the motivation or interest to interact with others, which in turn means that we don't have the social support to buffer against the effects of stress or depression, and that can lead to even worsening mood. It's one of those negative cycles that I often talk about in depression. So this video is a continuation of our video series on managing and overcoming depression. And in the next few videos, we're going to focus on the impact of depression on our social functioning and ways of reversing the negative effects that depression can have on our social networks. So one question to think about is, are you completely satisfied with your social life, including how many people you socialize with, how much you socialize with other people, the amount of social support you get from others, how much you actually enjoy socializing, and the extent that you can maintain proper interpersonal boundaries through assertiveness. If you have no issues or problems in any of those areas of your social sphere, then you probably don't need to watch the rest of this video or the next few videos in this series. But the reality is, for many people with depression, their social relationships are almost always affected. This may take the form of entire sections of our social connections disappearing. People can completely withdraw and isolate themselves and go months without talking to or seeing friends. The amount of social connectedness they have with others declines to the point that they rarely interact with people outside of their immediate family or people at work. This could also take the form of problems and difficulties with close relationships and increased conflict or strain in the relationships that are most important. You see, in depression, we can often feel like we aren't living up to our own expectations of ourselves. But this can be made even worse when we don't live up to the expectations of other people. Our ability to function declines to the point that we're no longer behaving in a way that other people expect us to. I have no motivation and energy to do laundry or wash dishes, and my wife begins to get frustrated with me because she's having to take on more responsibility around the home. And this can lead to increased conflict or problems in those closest relationships. In terms of assertiveness, it's not uncommon for people who are experiencing depression to become more passive and withdrawn, feeling like it's just too much effort to deal with interpersonal conflict or stress, and so they just give in to the pushiness of other people. And this can result in them being taken advantage of by others because they don't have the motivation or energy to assert themselves and maintain their boundaries. And this can be an additional source of stress or pressure that can then negatively impact a person's mood. So the key point here is that depression has a major impact on your social relationships, and the negative impact that it has on those social relationships in turn serves to fuel the depression and make a person feel even worse. Therefore, improving your social network and improving your social relationships is a critical component in recovering from depression. Research studies have demonstrated that people with a strong and intact social support network tend to recover more quickly from depression, and having strong social support serves as a protective factor to prevent future episodes of depression. So with that in mind, the first step is to get a sense of the status of your current social support network. And to do this, what I often encourage people to do is to spend some time and work on what I call a social census. Essentially, thinking about who is currently in your social network and the nature of your relationships to those people. Now, the thing is, we often talk about social networks as some sort of amorphous blob or undefined set of people, like it's one broad group. But the reality is our social network is much more nuanced than that and can be thought of more like a bullseye rather than just a broad sphere of people. So, at the center of this bullseye is you, and from the center of this bullseye there are various rings of people that you know or are connected to in some way. And the first ring is the people who are closest to us. Those are our close friends and intimate relationships. These are our closest family members, our partners, our very closest friends. You can share almost anything about your life with these people, and you're open to them about almost everything. The next ring of the circle are other friends. These are other people who you would consider friends. You feel comfortable sharing some personal information with them, but not everything. These are people you may get together with once every few weeks or months and enjoy spending time with them, but they're not your closest circle of people. You probably don't share with them the deep difficulties or challenges that you're having, and they may not share with you the more difficult aspects of their lives. These are kind of just casual, fun friendships. The next ring of people are your acquaintances. These are the people that you might spend some time with, but you don't feel especially close to. These are people like your coworkers or your neighbors. You may have polite conversations and share pleasantries with them, but you don't really share that much about your personal life with them, and they don't share that much with you. And the final ring of people I want to talk about is what I call the familiar faces. These are the people who you might recognize, and you may or may not know their names, but you see them in situations like at the gym or walking around in the neighborhood, or they may work at a shop that you go to regularly. These are the people that you see every once in a while, but don't really have that much of a connection to. So thinking about this social census, this bullseye of people in your social group, what I encourage you to think about is how many people would you like to have in each of the rings of this bullseye? How many acquaintances would you like to have? How many other friends? How many close friends would you want? And be realistic when you think about this. While it might seem nice to have 100 really close friends, is that reasonable? And can you actually have meaningful, close relationships with that many people? So the first step is to think about the number of people in your ideal social network. Then the next step is to actually take a census of the people in your life. Who are your close friends and intimate relationships? Who are your other friends? Who are your acquaintances? Spend some time and write down the names of people in these various groups. And once you're done, count how many there are and compare your actual social network to what you'd consider to be your ideal social network. Now, the raw numbers of people in your social network doesn't really matter. What we're focused on is how much of a difference is there between your actual social network and your ideal social network. And for most people, especially those who are experiencing depression, there can be big differences between the actual and ideal. And that can be a problem because what it means is that we want more social connection and more social relationships than we actually have. So if you find yourself in the situation where your actual social network is smaller than your ideal social network, the first thing is to recognize that that's pretty typical, even for people without depression. The goal here can't be to make your actual social network perfectly match your ideal social network, because that might not be realistic. But the goal here is to reduce the difference between the actual and ideal social networks. Now, one of the things that clients will often tell me is that they actually don't want any social network, and that their ideal social network is one that involves having nobody around. And what I always point out is that that may be the depression's ideal social network, but it's not likely theirs. When people aren't experiencing depression, it's extremely rare that individuals don't want any social connections or any social contacts and just want to be isolated on their own. So if your ideal social network consists of nobody, remember, that's probably the depression talking and not what the healthy you actually wants. And the first place we're going to start is reviving old friendships, essentially reconnecting with people you used to be friends with that maybe you've lost touch with. Maybe you've lost a sense of connection. Maybe you've just had a falling out. Whatever the case, these are people who used to be close to you, who you no longer interact with very much, no longer talk to, and aren't part of that important social network and social connection with you. So one of the things you might be thinking about is, well, why is it so important? What's the big deal about reconnecting with old friends? Why can't I just focus on making new friends? Well, to answer this, I want you to imagine a scenario where you're deciding that you want to make a bunch of new friends. And the way you're going to do this is you're going to take a big sign and you're going to walk out onto the street, and the sign says, I want new friends. Who wants to be my friend? Now, imagine the types of interactions with people that you're going to have in that scenario, and the percentage of people that you're going to come across that you may want to be friends with. And so if you interact with 100 people, what percentage of those people are you likely wanting to be really close friends with? What percentage of those people do you feel a connection with? What percentage of those people do you have some chemistry with? What percentage of those people seem to be interested in you. Well, maybe it's 1%, maybe it's 5%, maybe it's even 10%. But even at that, that's not a very high percentage of the people that you've interacted with. What it means is that 90 to 99% of the people that you've interacted with aren't really people that you'd want to be close friends with. And that's not to say that 90 to 99% of the population are bad people. It just means you don't have a sense of connection with those people. And so this is why it's so important to think about, if you want to expand or build your social support network, is to think about reconnecting with people that you used to be friends with. And there's some really important reasons why this is the place I get people to start when they're thinking about, how do I build my social support network in the context of depression? And the first reason is that you know you have compatibility with these people. You know that you have compatibility with these former friends because at one point you used to be really close to them. You know that you've shared a sense of connection with them in the past. You've had common interests. You've done things that you've enjoyed together. And so if you're looking to reconnect with people, by reconnecting with old friends, you're reconnecting with people that you know you have some common interests with. And if you want to start doing some of those activities again, maybe these are people that you can do those activities with. We talk about that example of having the street sign, and you meet maybe 10% of the people that you might be interested in being friends with. Well, it takes some time to sort of screen those people to figure out what level of friend you want to be with them. So, how close do you want to be to these people? You don't know because you don't really know them, and that takes some time. Whereas past friends, you know that you have some compatibility with them, and so it can be really easy to just get back into having a close connection because you know that you share some things and that your personalities mesh. And related to that, there's a sense of closeness that you know that you share with these people. You know that these former friends are people who you have been close with. There is a sense of intimacy, a sense of connection. And so you don't have to build that. It's already pre-built in these relationships. And so if you're looking for people who you can feel close to and that you can open up with, this is a good place to start. And the final reason that it can be really valuable to reconnect with these old friendships is that you have a shared history, right? You have a history of the friendship. You have a history of the relationship with this person. And that can be a really great way to reconnect and to form the basis of conversations. It's not like you're having to restart entirely with somebody new. You have a history with this person, and that history can be part of what reconnects you. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why it can be really, really helpful to reconnect with people that you used to be friends with. And that's the easiest place to start when you're looking to build your social support network. But oftentimes there are some barriers. There are some reasons why people are hesitant to reconnect with old friends, reconnect with people who have fallen out of their social support network. And there tend to be 5 main barriers. The first of which is distance. Sometimes relationships end because your friend moves away, or maybe you move away. And so there's just now a lot of distance between you, like physical distance. And so it's hard to maintain a relationship. Now, while it's not ideal for all of your friendships to be these long distance types of relationships, it can be useful for some of those closer friends to reconnect with them, even if they do have some distance from you, even if they do live in a different city. Because nowadays it is so much more easier to keep connection with other people, right? There's lots of different ways in which you can stay in contact. Text messaging, phone calls, video messaging, social media. There are lots of ways to be able to reach out and stay in touch with someone. And so what you want to do is to not let distance be a barrier for reaching out to someone. So yeah, it's different than sitting down and having coffee with your friend once a week, but having a video chat or texting with them regularly can help you feel like you are reconnected, that you are connected with them and that they're there for you. And if you're going through a difficult time, you can talk to them about what's going on, and they're there to hear you. They're there to listen. Distance doesn't have to prevent you from having those friendships. Another barrier that can make it difficult to reconnect with old friendships is that sometimes those friendships end because of disagreements, that there was some sort of falling out that led to you losing touch and losing contact with your friend. Now, some of these disagreements, some of these falling outs can be pretty major, right? So my friend cheated on me with my partner. Those types of disagreements, those types of falling outs, there's probably no coming back from that. But for a lot of these disagreements, for a lot of these falling outs that people will have with their close friends, and sometimes their very closest friends, is that time tends to heal. Time tends to take away the heat from some of these disagreements, that looking back on it, maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. Or another way of thinking about it is, think about the value of the relationship. When it was at its peak, when it was at its best, how important was that relationship to you? And now compare that to how important or how big of a deal was the disagreement. And sometimes with having some time and some distance from the disagreement, from the falling out, you can recognize that the relationship itself was more important and a bigger deal to you than the disagreement. And so it can be helpful to reach out to these friends that maybe you've had some disagreements with, because sometimes they may want to hear from you as well, and that the disagreement has lost that heat for them. And so that can be a really good way of reconnecting with someone who used to be an important person in your life, and that these past disagreements don't need to be a barrier. One of the things that can happen in depression is that the person who's experiencing depression can feel a great sense of insecurity, right? They don't really feel good about themselves. They don't like themselves. They may not think that other people like them either. And so this sense of insecurity can be another barrier for reconnecting with old friends. Will they like me? Did they ever really like me? Maybe they're just trying to be nice, but they always thought I was a little bit weird, or not really, they were never really interested in me. Or maybe they used to know me as who I was before my depression, and now, if they saw me now, what would they think of me? They'd probably think so much less of me because I'm nowhere near the person I was before. The thing is, you don't want insecurity to prevent you from potentially reconnecting with a friend that can be an important source of social support. Now think about it. Worst case scenario, you reach out to this friend and, they're really not that interested in reconnecting with you. What if you lost? Well, you've lost the friendship, and that's not great. But if you don't reach out and you don't try to reconnect with them, you've lost the friendship anyway. So by reaching out, by trying to overcome that sense of insecurity and reaching out to your friend, what you're doing is almost like you're buying a free lottery ticket. The only outcome that could happen is a positive one, that your friend does want to reconnect with you, because if they don't want to reconnect with you, well, nothing's really changed anyway. So try not to let that sense of insecurity prevent you from reconnecting with these old friends. And sometimes what can happen is that friendships end because you feel a sense of abandonment, that they've abandoned you when you were depressed. Maybe the friendship ended because of your depression, that you started to feel depressed, and then you noticed that all of your friends or some of your closest friends just completely abandoned you and left you. Now, while this can sometimes be the case, I want you to imagine this following scenario. Suppose it's been a little while since I've heard from my friend, and I reach out to them and I call them and I say, hey, it's been a while. We want to get together for coffee or dinner sometime. And my friend says to me, yeah, that sounds great. I'm just really swamped with work right now, and I got some things going on in my personal life, but let's try in a couple of weeks. And I don't hear anything from my friend in a couple of weeks, and I reach out to them again, and I say, hey, we talked about going for coffee or dinner. How are you doing now? Do you want to get together now? And they say to me, yeah, sorry, it's a lot of stuff still going on. I can't really do anything right now. Let's try again later. So I wait a few weeks and I reach out to them again. I text message, hey, how's it going? It's been a while. You want to get together? And they just takes them a couple of days to reply to me. And when they reply to me, they just say, yeah, sorry, just got too much going on. I can't really do it. I wait a little while later. I call and leave a voicemail because they don't answer the phone, and I never hear back from them. I send them a text message. Don't hear back from them. What am I likely to think about my friend's interest for interacting with me? Well, I'm probably thinking, look, they don't want to spend any time with me. They don't want to invest in this relationship. What's the point in me continuing to reach out to them? What's the point in me continuing to try and maintain this friendship when they're showing no interest in wanting that friendship? Maybe they're just not interested in me. And so you see, my friend may be spiraling into a depression, and that's what's causing them to withdraw and be less interested or being unable to go out with me for dinner or coffee. But I'm interpreting their behavior as they're not interested in me. So that sense of abandonment that you feel from your friends may not be that your friends have abandoned you, but it's that they feel that you've abandoned them. If they don't know that you're experiencing depression, they don't know what you're going through, they may interpret that withdrawal behavior that's really common in depression as a sign that they're not interested in you. So the only way to find out is to reach out to your friend and maybe explain to them why you weren't responding to them. And you might be surprised to find out that they're super happy to hear from you because they thought you weren't interested in them. And finally, the last barrier that can stop you from wanting to reconnect with old friends can be a sense of insensitivity. So maybe while you were starting out and your depression was starting, you had some friends make some insensitive comments to you. Things like, oh, you just need to cheer up, or you're just being a downer. Come on, just pick yourself up by the bootstraps. It's not that big of a deal. Why are you always so down and negative about everything? Now, these insensitive comments can be really hurtful at the time, and you may think that, look, I don't want to be friends with someone who doesn't understand what I'm going through or can't be supportive to me. Now, sometimes, though, that insensitivity isn't coming from a place of this person's trying to be insensitive, but more a place of they don't really understand. They don't get what you're going through. They've never experienced depression before, maybe. And so for them, it is just a matter of you just need to cheer up and not be so negative. With a little bit of education, a little bit of understanding, a little bit of explaining, maybe your friend would recognize that, some of their well-meaning comments were actually kind of hurtful. And so maybe they just need to understand a little bit more about what you're going through, and for them to be more sensitive, for them to be more understanding. It's not that they don't care, it's just that they don't really get or understand what you're going through. So you see, all of these barriers I've talked about, the distance, the insensitivity, the feelings of abandonment, all of these types of things, all of these barriers, there's ways around them. And so what you don't want to do is to let these barriers prevent you from being able to reconnect with friends and get the benefits of that social support network and that social connection that can come relatively easy by reconnecting with friends who you used to be close to. So if you can relate to this, if this resonates with you, the question you might ask is, okay, well, where do I start? How do I do this? How do I reconnect with old friends? Well, the first thing I often encourage people to do is to sit down and write out a list of maybe the 3 or 4 friends that you used to be really close with that maybe you've lost touch with. And then to think about setting some goals around what can I do specifically to reconnect with this person? What might be something that I can do to try and bring this person back into my life? It might be send a text message. It might be inviting them out for coffee. It might be if they're a coworker that you used to be friends with that you've lost, that you haven't really talked to in a while. It could be starting a conversation with them. Whatever it is, you want to be intentional. You want to set a plan for what is it exactly that I'm going to do to try and reconnect with this friend. Looking inward at your existing network of people and thinking about ways of deepening the connections that you already have with the people in your life. So, for example, maybe it's your neighbor with the really friendly dog who smiles and waves to you every day when you pass them by on a morning walk. Or perhaps you've noticed a friendly colleague at work with shared interests, but you haven't taken the initiative to connect more deeply with them. These are examples of existing connections waiting to be nurtured and potentially deepened. Now, in order to deepen your connections with other people, there's one principle that you need to focus on. And that principle is that you need to make relationships a priority. In our fast-paced lives, it's easy to let relationships slip by the wayside. But it's important to treat your connections, both existing and new, with the same value that you give to other important aspects of your life. And by consciously dedicating time and effort to nurturing and deepening relationships, you might be surprised at how your social life blossoms with deeper and more meaningful relationships. Now, this is something that takes time, patience, and consistent effort. But if you make a concerted effort and even set goals around deepening relationships, you'll find that your social connections get closer and you move people more towards those inward circles of your social network. So if you want to deepen your social connections, there are a number of ways that you can go about doing this and a number of tips that can help you get closer to the people in your life. And the first is to initiate genuine conversations, trying to get beyond just light small talk. Ask open-ended questions that show genuine interest in the other person's life, their hobbies, and their points of view. Listen actively to what they tell you and follow up on responses to create a meaningful dialogue. What you'll find is that they'll start reciprocating with you, and suddenly you have a back and forth conversation that's more than just about the weather or what you did on the weekend. You can plan shared activities. Instead of waiting for other people to invite you to get together, try taking the lead yourself. Suggest grabbing a coffee, visiting a museum that you both find interesting, or joining a group activity that's based on a shared passion, like hiking group or a book club. One of the best ways to deepen relationships is to engage in activities that you both enjoy doing together. Now, regularity is important. Our relationships need regular care and attention to thrive, and that's why regularity is key in nurturing connections with people who matter most. Consistent interaction, even if it's just brief interactions, keeps the connection alive and reinforces bonds with other people. So schedule dedicated times, plan regular catch-ups, whether it's weekly phone calls or a monthly virtual movie night, or getting together with the person for dinner on a quarterly basis. The scheduled interactions become anchor events, ensuring that you stay connected despite life's busyness. Now, it's important to open up and allow yourself to be a little bit more vulnerable with people as a way of deepening the connection. For example, if you're talking about a movie that you both saw, instead of simply exchanging information about the movie, try sharing some of your own experiences and feelings in the conversation. So, for example, you could share personal stories or opinions about the movie, and this not only makes the conversation more engaging and interesting for the other person, but it invites them to reciprocate and share a little bit more about themselves. And in doing this, you also need to read the other person and recognize if they're reciprocating the depth of sharing. It's almost like you're opening up a door a little bit and sharing something personal about yourself and then allowing that door to close. Then if they open up their door and share a little bit about themselves, it's a good indication that you can share a little bit more. What you don't want to do is to get into a situation where you're oversharing with the other person in an inappropriate way, which may cause them to back off or become uncomfortable because the level of sharing isn't the same as the level of the relationship. It's important to recognize that closeness equals vulnerability. This means being open and genuine with someone, sharing how you feel without fear of judgment. And in order to do this, you have to accept other people for who they truly are, reciprocating that they may have different perspectives, different experiences, and they may even have flaws as a person. Imagine that. But that they don't need to change to become someone that you can get close to. Resist forcing your own beliefs or behaviors on other people, and in doing so, you reflect acceptance of them with your actions and not just your words. You can try combining activities. Find time to deepen relationships can feel like a constant effort, and so it can be helpful to strategically combine social interaction with activities you would otherwise do. So things like turning errands into adventures. Instead of solo shopping trips, invite a friend to join you. Get together with a friend for a morning walk or join a group fitness class so that you can get exercise while socializing. Watch your favorite show together or do baking together, things that you could do alone, but that you can also do and share with other people. So there are lots of ways to deepen relationships with other people. And if you can recognize any of these tips or suggestions as potentially being helpful, the idea is to first identify the people that you may want to deepen your relationships with. And once you identify 2 or 3 people, the next step is to then set some goals around specific things that you're going to do to try and deepen those relationships. For example, I'm going to talk to my friend about joining a weekly book club together, or I'm going to set the goal of inviting my friend to get together for coffee every first Saturday of the month. I'm going to call up a friend and see if they want to go grocery shopping together. These may seem like relatively simple steps, and you may wonder how this could possibly help with depression. But the more you do some of these things, and you begin to start noticing a deeper connection with some of the people in your social network, it can build your sense of connection and feeling supported, which can be critical in overcoming depression. How can you form new friendships? How do you form new relationships? This can be really challenging, especially as we get older. When we're in elementary school and high school, even university, people have access to lots of people their age. And so there's a variety of people to choose from. But as you get older, as you move along in life, it becomes harder and harder to meet new people and to make new connections. And so you might be wondering, okay, well, if there are easier ways to build my social support network, why would I even focus on trying to find new friendships? Well, first of all, it could be that you didn't have a lot of friendships to begin with. Maybe a lack of social support, maybe isolation was part of what contributed to the onset of depression. And so, as a way of coming out of the depression and a way of preventing future depressive episodes, it can be useful to build the number of people in your social support network. Secondly, you may want to think about the nature of the relationships you had in the first place. Maybe some of the relationships you've had in the past, maybe they were toxic, maybe they were unhealthy relationships, maybe they were abusive relationships, maybe they were manipulative relationships. Not all relationships are good or healthy relationships. And so if you have a history or you had friendships that were these sort of toxic, unhealthy relationships, maybe starting new friendships and making new connections with people, that's probably a better way to start than to try and reconnect with these former toxic relationships. And finally, when you're coming out of depression, there's a lot of pressure to live up to the person you used to be. And so if you had friends that knew you before you were depressed and you're coming out of depression or you're wanting to come out of depression, it can be hard to live up to that standard of the person you used to be, that person that they know. So by starting new relationships, it's almost like you're starting fresh. You're starting completely with a blank slate with people that don't know you, that don't have any expectations of the person you used to be, the things you used to do, that sort of thing. So there can be some real value in building new friendships, building new connections as a way of expanding your social support network, which can help you come out of depression, but also help buffer against the effects of stress and prevent future depressive episodes. So how do you go about doing it? What are ways in which you can form new connections, form new friendships in the context of depression? Well, one of the main barriers to building new relationships, finding new friendships in the context of depression, is a barrier that affects almost all aspects of a person's life in depression, and that's lack of motivation. Depression saps motivation and energy from a person's life, and so if you're not feeling particularly motivated, if you don't feel a lot of drive or energy to want to form new friendships and build new relationships, well, of course, you're not going to take any steps to do it. So the way to address this lack of motivation is to use those goal-setting approaches that we've talked about in previous videos. Start small with low expectations and low goals that you can achieve even if you're not feeling particularly motivated. It could be things like spending 2 minutes brainstorming possible ways in which you can meet new people. It can be going onto your computer and looking up the community resources schedule to see what classes might be available at your community center that might be of interest to you, that may bring you into contact with new people. So the idea is you want to set goals based on your level of energy and motivation that's actually there. You may also want to think about why you're doing this, and that can help build some of the motivation for taking the efforts to make new friends. Focus on the benefits of it. How will this help me? Well, coming into contact with new people could help me feel a little bit better about myself, feel like I've got people who care about me. It's nice to meet new people. It's nice to interact with people. It's nice to potentially form friendships. So really focusing on the benefits of why you're doing this and to reward yourself along the way, right? To think about and to encourage yourself when you achieve these goals. Yeah, it's not a big deal to spend 2 minutes brainstorming ideas for how I might meet new people, but I did it, and that's important. I achieved that goal. So really focusing on rewarding yourself and encouraging yourself along the way. Another barrier that could stop people from taking efforts and taking steps to build new friendships or form new relationships is negative self-talk. I've talked in other videos about how depression's kind of like this gremlin that sits on your shoulder and tells you all of the things to believe to make you feel even more depressed. You may think to yourself, no one's going to want to be friends with me. No one's going to find me interesting. I'm not a very good person, so why would anyone care about me? So the way to overcome this barrier is to really evaluate and challenge those negative beliefs about yourself, to take a look at what it is that the depression gremlin's actually telling you, and to evaluate whether or not that's true. Is it true that no one would ever care about you or that you're unlovable? Well, what's the evidence for that? Have you ever had someone who's cared about you? Have you ever had someone in your life that was close to you? If you have, then that means that you're not unlovable. It means that people can care about you. So you want to recognize and be aware of some of these negative thoughts that the depression gremlin is telling you, and to try and challenge those thoughts along the way as you're working towards these goals to build your relationships and build your connections. And these two kind of work together, because the more you take steps to form new relationships with people, and as you start to see some progress in that, it can help start chip away at these negative beliefs and negative thoughts that the depression gremlin is speaking into your ear. One of the things about depression is that it can make it very difficult for a person to feel that they're in the moment, that they're able to connect with what's going on around them and able to connect with interacting with other people. You can feel very detached and disconnected from all areas of your life. And this can be a real barrier, because if you don't feel like you're connecting with another person, it's going to be really difficult to try and form or develop a relationship with that person. So the idea is, if you're having trouble feeling a sense of connection with other people, one of the things you can do is ask them a lot of questions. Not like an interrogation, but out of genuine interest. People like to talk about themselves, and people like it when you show interest in them. So if you're asking questions and listening to the answers and following up with related questions, what it can do is it can help you really focus on staying focused in the interaction and keeping the other person engaged with you. And so they may start asking you questions as well, and there can be this little bit of reciprocity in that interaction, which can be really helpful. And in this process, you can find some common ground. You can look for interests that you share, beliefs that you hold in common. And as you're looking for that common ground, that's where you want to focus on, is connecting with the person in the areas that you have shared interests, and really focusing on deepening those connections through those shared interests. So as you're listening to what the other person's telling you, as you're asking these questions, you're looking for areas that you can connect with the other person. And this might seem like an obvious point, but it's important to be present in the interaction. Put the cell phone away and focus on the interaction, focus on the other person and what they're telling you. Nothing can be more off-putting than you're having a conversation with someone and they're checking their phone because they got a notification, or they are returning a text message from someone else. Stay focused in the conversation, stay present, and show the person that you're interested in them. And finally, one of the biggest barriers to forming new friendships or making efforts to try and connect with new people is a fear of rejection. And that relates to some of those things that the depression gremlin might be speaking into your ear, telling you things like, you're not good enough, no one's going to care about you, that other people will reject you. So the idea with this is to try and reframe and think about these social interactions a little bit differently. So first of all, it's important to recognize that sometimes these interactions are going to feel a little awkward. It is a little bit awkward when you're trying to sort of start up a new conversation with someone you've never met before. Permit that awkwardness. It's okay that it's a little bit awkward. There's nothing wrong with you if it feels a little bit uncomfortable or unnatural. As you get to know the other person, as they get to know you, and you start to see that maybe there are some other connections here, then it will feel more natural and the conversation will flow a little bit more. Now, related to this, it's also important to remember that not all social interactions need to end up with you feeling like this is someone that you want to be friends with. Think about every new social interaction as just an opportunity to speak with another person and to get some experience communicating with other people. It doesn't have to necessarily have a payoff, because if every relationship, every interaction you're having, if you hold the belief that this has to lead to me wanting to be friends with this person or me having to convince this person that they want to be friends with me, that puts a lot of pressure on every single interaction that you're having. Recognize that these interactions are just opportunities to evaluate whether or not these are good fits, and to recognize that not everyone is going to be a good fit for you, and you're not going to be a good fit for everyone. So what this can do, if you recognize this, what this can do is it can take away that sense of there's something wrong with me because the other person didn't want to continue that conversation, or there's something wrong with me because I didn't find that person particularly interesting. Not all interactions are necessarily going to be wonderful interactions that you really enjoy and you really want to get to know this person. That's the whole idea of building new relationships and new friendships, is that you're taking people who are outside of your social connection, you're getting to know them, and in doing so, it's almost like you're interviewing them as to what level of connection that you actually want with them. Where do they fit in your social support network? Is this someone that you want to be a really close friend with, or is this someone that you just want to be an acquaintance with? It's through the process of talking with the other person that you determine where they fit in those rings of circles, just like they're determining where you fit in those rings of circles. And so not every interaction is going to lead to, this is going to be my best friend. And if you hold that expectation, you're going to set yourself up for failure a lot. So that fear of rejection, just to remind yourself, what exactly is success here? Success is, I'm talking with this other person, we're having an interaction, and I'm determining whether or not I want to continue with that interaction just like they are. So it takes a lot of the pressure off of the importance of this social interaction if you start to think about it that way, and to start to reframe what the goal is and what success is, rather than seeing every interaction that doesn't lead to friendship as a failure. Now think of a social support team kind of like your own personal squad, a crew of cheerleaders, advocates, and helpers that you can assemble to be alongside you in your recovery journey. The great thing about this team is that it can be built from a variety of people, those who have experienced depression themselves and those who haven't. Now, one thing to note is that people who haven't been through depression might not understand, and they might say things that sting, like, just snap out of it, or everyone feels down sometimes. Now, while they mean well, this is like telling someone who's colorblind to appreciate the vibrant beauty of a sunset. It just doesn't work, and it's not particularly helpful advice. But the key here is to be patient. Don't ditch these friends and family altogether. Educate them a bit on depression. Explain how it makes you feel and the challenges you face, but also recognize that they might never fully understand. So, with this in mind, you want to focus on having at least one person on your support team who's been there. When you're recovering from depression, having at least one person who has walked a similar path can be incredibly helpful for a number of reasons. Now, one of the biggest challenges of depression can be feeling utterly alone in your experience. People who haven't been through it often have difficulty understanding the depths of depression. But someone who has battled depression themselves can offer a unique kind of understanding and support. They felt the same crushing lows, the same lack of motivation, the same sense of hopelessness. They get it on a deeper level because they've experienced it firsthand. This shared understanding can be extremely validating. It lets you know that you're not crazy or broken and that there are others who have felt this way too. It can also foster a deep sense of empathy and connection, reminding you that you're not alone in this fight to overcome depression. People who've experienced depression can help reduce your sense of isolation. Depression has a way of making people feel isolated from the world. Social interaction can feel exhausting, and the activities that you used to enjoy may have no appeal. Having someone on your team who's experienced depression can help combat this isolation. They can share their stories of overcoming loneliness and remind you of the importance of staying connected with others, even when it feels difficult. They can also provide you a sense of hope and inspiration. Recovery from depression can feel like a long and arduous journey. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt, but having someone on your team who has successfully navigated depression can be a powerful source of hope and inspiration. Seeing someone else emerge from the darkness of depression and reclaim their life shows you that it's possible. It reminds you that recovery is a real and achievable goal, and it can help motivate you to keep moving forward on your own path. And these people can also provide a safe space for you to vent and express difficult emotions like anger, sadness, frustration, and despair. Bottling up these emotions can be unhealthy, but expressing them to someone who doesn't understand can feel risky. So having a support person who's experienced depression creates this safe space to vent, to cry, or to express these difficult emotions without judgment. They can offer support and understanding, helping you process your feelings in a healthy way. So there's a lot of value in having someone on your recovery team who has experienced depression. But what about those people who haven't had depression? They might feel helpless in the face of your struggle. They may see your low mood and lack of motivation and wonder what they can do to help fix you. Now, this good intention can backfire, leaving them feeling overwhelmed and unsure of how to offer effective support. But they can still be incredibly valuable members of your recovery team. So the first step is to identify those potential teammates. Think about close friends, family members, or even trusted acquaintances who you feel comfortable reaching out to. Consider their strengths and how they might be able to best support you. Do you need someone who can offer you a listening ear and a shoulder to cry on? Perhaps you need someone who can be a source of distraction and lighthearted fun. Maybe you need someone who is more practical and who can help you with errands and chores on a day-to-day basis. Different people can fit these different categories. Here's the key rule for building a recovery team. Ask people for help doing things, not doing things for you. This empowers you and avoids overwhelming your recovery team. Do you need groceries? Ask a friend to go with you for some company and moral support, not to do the shopping alone. Be sure to keep your requests small and manageable. Remember, the other people can always say no, and that's okay. And it's important to be clear and specific with your requests, framing them as something you'd appreciate, not something you're expecting them to do. So, for example, instead of saying, I can't get out of bed, something you could say is, would you mind keeping me company for a bit this morning? I'm finding it hard to get motivated. This gives your friend a clear and actionable way to support you. Building a strong support system is a collaborative effort. By communicating your needs openly and honestly, and by offering specific requests for help, you can empower those who care about you to be effective members of your recovery team. Remember, they may not fully understand your experience, but their love, their support, and their willingness to help can be a powerful force on your journey to feeling better. Think of your recovery team as a network, not a single lifeline. Spread out your requests so that no one person feels overburdened. And remember, while they can offer support, you're still in charge of your own recovery. Keep working on healthy habits like exercise and goal setting, even when it feels difficult. A good support team won't let you do all the work, but they also won't do it for you. They'll be there to walk alongside you one step at a time, offering encouragement, practical help, and a listening ear. They'll be your champions, reminding you of your strength and celebrating your victories, no matter how small. And so now we start our focus on the thoughts side of the triangle and exploring how our thinking impacts the way we feel. Now, I want you to imagine how you usually experience your emotions. Typically, we believe situations are what directly cause how we feel, our emotions. For example, I might experience intense anger after a driver cuts me off in traffic, or I might feel crushed after a romantic rejection. And my perception and understanding is that it's these situations that trigger or cause my emotional reactions. The person cutting me off in traffic, that's what caused me to feel angry. The romantic rejection, that's what caused me to feel really down. But it's actually more nuanced and complicated than that. This simple understanding of situations triggering emotions doesn't explain and can't explain why two people can experience the exact same situation and respond in completely different ways. It also doesn't explain why we sometimes grossly overreact to certain situations. You see, our emotional responses are not caused by the situation, but more so how we interpret situations. We react to what we think is going on. Now imagine one day I'm walking down the street. It's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. I feel completely calm, completely at ease, totally relaxed and enjoying life. Unbeknownst to me, they're raising a grand piano into the 30th floor window of the apartment building above me. And the rope that they're using to raise this piano has snapped. And that grand piano is coming down, crashing, and about to flatten me. The situation is one of complete danger and threat, but my emotional reaction is one of calm, peacefulness, and feeling at ease. On the flip side, imagine I'm in a movie theater and I'm watching a horror movie. It's a really intense moment in the horror movie. A guy jumps out of a shower with a big knife and starts attacking someone. I react. My heart's racing. I'm terrified. I may scream. I feel like I'm in grave danger. But the situation is that I'm in a big comfy chair in a big room with lots of other people, and I've got a tub of popcorn in my lap. I'm perfectly safe, but I feel like I'm in complete danger. Now, sometimes people can experience different emotional reactions to the exact same situation. Imagine one day I'm about to go for a walk, and just as I'm about to leave my house for the walk, I hear on the radio that it's squirrel season and that the squirrels are out and they're foraging for nuts. I think to myself, it's probably a slow news day, and I go on with my walk. Now I'm walking down the forest path and I hear some rustling leaves in the distance. What am I likely to think it is? Well, I'm likely to think it's squirrels. How do you think I'll feel? Well, let me get some warm and fuzzy feelings, imagining the cute squirrels getting their nuts, and feel like I've communed with nature. And so I go on with the rest of my walk, feeling lighthearted and happy. Now imagine the exact same situation. I'm about to go for my walk, except this time, as I'm about to leave the front door, I hear on the radio that there's a mountain lion in my neighborhood, and it's attacked a number of people. And so they're warning people to be really cautious and careful of the mountain lion. So now as I'm walking down the forest path, I hear some leaves rustling off in the distance. What am I likely to think it is? Well, I'm probably going to think it's the mountain lion. And how am I likely to feel now? Well, I'm probably going to be pretty scared and anxious, believing that the mountain lion is going to attack me. It's the exact same situation. I'm walking down a path and I hear some leaves rustling off in the distance. In the first scenario, I feel warm and fuzzy, commune with nature feelings, and in the second scenario, I feel terrified, like I'm going to die. So it's not the sound of the leaves rustling in the distance that's causing my emotional reaction. It's my interpretation of the situation that's causing the emotional reaction. So relating this to depression, it may be that the way a person's interpreting what's going on in their life is having a significant impact on how they're feeling, and it may be that the interpretation is what's causing their depression. The way you think about a situation has a much greater impact on how you feel than the situation itself. So let's say you get a low score on an exam. You might think to yourself, I'm terrible at this subject. I'll never be successful, leading to feelings of discouragement and feeling hopeless. However, another person might be in the exact same situation and say, yeah, sure, that wasn't my best performance, but I can figure out areas for improvement and study harder the next time. This results in feelings of being a little bit more motivated and determined to do better next time. So in that sense, our thoughts are the key factor determining how we feel. Now, to further explain this, I want you to imagine the following scenario. Suppose I'm in a relatively new relationship with my girlfriend, Jessica, and we haven't seen each other in a week or so, and so we set up a date, and I'm really looking forward to the date and seeing Jessica because I'm really excited to see her again. But just as I'm about to leave my house, I see a sticky note on my door saying that Jessica had to cancel the date. No other explanation, no other details. Now, there could be many reasons why Jessica canceled the date. Maybe Jessica got swamped with a sudden work deadline that she has to meet. Maybe she completely forgot about the lunch date because, she can be a little absent-minded at times. Maybe she was in a car accident and was seriously injured. Maybe she got a better offer from another guy she's been chatting with. Or maybe she doesn't like me and didn't really want to go out with me anyway, but just agreed to the date because she couldn't think of any way of getting out of it at the time. So there's lots of reasons why I could potentially think why Jessica canceled the date. Now imagine I find out the real reason at some point later on. And think about how I would feel in each of the scenarios. If Jessica was swamped with work, I might be disappointed about missing the date, but understanding of her situation. If she forgot, I might feel a bit annoyed at her, absent-mindedness and that, she keeps doing this. So I might feel a bit kind of annoyed and frustrated with her. If she was in a car accident, I'd probably feel pretty scared and worried about her well-being and if she's okay. Now, if she canceled the date because she got a better offer from a different guy, I'll probably feel pretty angry and betrayed at her for rejecting me for someone else. And if she canceled the date because she doesn't like me and has never really liked me, I'd probably feel pretty sad and rejected. So you see, a person can have very different emotional reactions to the exact same situation depending entirely on how they interpret it. Now, in any of these scenarios, most people would feel the same types of emotions depending on the different scenario. So the problem isn't the emotions themselves, but more so the interpretation. So in our example, if I think Jessica canceled because she doesn't like me, the emotions I'm going to experience are sadness and rejection, even though maybe the real reason that Jessica canceled the date was because she got swamped with work, and she was just as disappointed for missing the date as I was. This type of thing is exactly what happens in depression. People with depression tend to interpret situations in overly negative ways, leading to depression states and feelings of sadness. We often view depression as a mood disorder, but it might be more accurate to think of it as a problem of thinking or inappropriate thought patterns rather than inappropriate emotions. The emotions are perfectly valid if our interpretation is accurate. But if the interpretation is wrong, the emotions become exaggerated and overly negative. Now, one key aspect that worsens this process in depression is that a person can get into negative thinking spirals. So going back to our example, after seeing the note, imagine that my interpretation is that Jessica doesn't like me and that's why she canceled the date. Do you think that's where my mind would stop? No, I'm likely going to enter into a negative spiral of thinking, where one negative thought hooks me into another negative thought and into an even more negative style of thinking. I might think, maybe she's going to dump me now. Maybe other people don't like me either. Maybe I'm never going to find someone who cares about me. Maybe there's something wrong with me as a person. Maybe I'm unlovable and destined to be alone. Now notice how the negative thinking is spiraling down. A simple note about a canceled date transforms into thoughts about being inherently unlovable and flawed as a person. Negative thinking tends to hook you into even more negative thinking, and the worse you feel, the more likely you are to think negatively. And the cycle keeps worsening. Your mood becomes a self-perpetuating engine of depression. So the key is to understand that our interpretations and thoughts play a critical role in the onset and maintenance of depression. But it's our thoughts that can also help us get out of depression if we can learn ways to think more realistically about situations and prevent these negative thinking spirals. Sometimes people aren't aware of how they think before they become depressed or anxious or angry or hopeless or any of the other negative emotional states. They just experience an emotion without awareness of what they're thinking. For example, someone cuts me off in traffic and that makes me angry. I'm not aware of any of the thoughts that are going on in my head. I just feel angry in that moment. So what's happening in a situation like that? Well, what's happening is that I'm interpreting the other driver's behavior in a certain way that's making me so angry at the other driver. So outside of my conscious awareness, I might be thinking stuff like, that guy has no care for other people, or This is just another example of how people are completely disrespectful to others. One of these days, me or someone I care about is going to be killed in a motor vehicle accident because of a driver like that. So if I'm having those types of thoughts, it makes sense why I respond so angrily. But if I'm not aware of my thoughts, it can almost feel like my emotions are completely out of my control. I'm responding to a situation and there's no thought processes involved. It's almost like it's just my reptilian brain processing the situation and responding accordingly without any thoughts. And this becomes one of the big challenges with depression. If we're not aware of thinking patterns that are contributing to a depressed mood state, it becomes impossible to do anything about it. We can't change thoughts. We can't change thinking patterns that we're not aware we're having. But you might be wondering, how does this make sense? Can you really be interpreting the world and having thoughts without even knowing it? Well, yes, this actually happens all the time, and we call it automatic thinking. And there's three features of this automatic thinking. First of all, automatic thinking occurs outside of our awareness. Secondly, automatic thinking can be faster and more efficient than conscious thought. And thirdly, automatic thinking is often based on rules of thumb or assumptions that we hold about ourselves, other people, or the world more generally. So to demonstrate how automatic thinking works, I want you to imagine that you're sitting down at your keyboard and you're typing a letter. Now I want you to think about what are the letters to the left and right of the X key. Don't look down at your keyboard if you're using your computer. Think about what are those letters. Do you have any idea? Well, the letter to the left of the X key is Z, and the letter to the right of the X key is C. Now, if you were able to figure out that those were the two letters on either side of the X key, it probably took you a few moments to think about it. But if you're typing a letter that includes the letter Z or C, you probably wouldn't have had to think about it very long. You would have just hit those letters. You see, when you're first learning to type, you have to be very consciously aware of where your fingers are and which fingers move to which key, and to be aware of where every key is. And so initially when you start typing, you're probably much slower because you're having to consciously think about where every key is and where every finger needs to go. But over time, as you get better and more experienced with typing, this process becomes automatic. So you don't have to think about where each of the keys are. You can be focused more on what you're actually typing. Your mind still has to process exactly where every key is and what finger needs to move to hit that key, but this occurs outside of your conscious awareness so that you're much more efficient thinking about what you want to convey in what you're typing. Another example, think about the first time you ever got behind the wheel of a car to go driving. Remember all of the things that you had to consciously be aware of while you were driving. Hands at 10 and 2 o'clock, how hard to step on the accelerator, when to step on the brake pedal, remembering to turn on the turn signal, checking the rearview mirror, remembering what the street signs mean, being aware of all of the other vehicles around you, where people are going, where you're going, remembering where you're driving to, etc., etc. It's overwhelming because you're having to consciously process all of that information and to think about all of those things that are going on while you're driving. But over time and with practice, you get to the point where you may have had the experience where you go driving somewhere and you don't even remember the drive. You just get to your destination. Your mind still has to be processing all of that information that was so overwhelming the first time you drove the vehicle. But now it's doing it in the background, so you're not having to be so consciously aware of all of those things. So the point of this is that we're all capable of performing extremely complicated and complex intellectual tasks without being aware of it. And this automatic thinking actually makes us a lot more efficient and a lot more capable of getting things done. So for example, if I'm writing a letter, I can be focused more on what I want to convey in that letter as opposed to where my fingers have to move to type certain letters. If I'm driving to a meeting, I can be more focused about what I'm going to be talking about at that meeting rather than having to consciously think about what to do when I approach a red octagonal-shaped sign. So if we're doing all of this automatic thinking for these relatively mundane daily activities like typing or driving somewhere, we're probably also doing it at other times and involving other topics. We probably use automatic thinking when we're reflecting on our lives, evaluating how good I am as a person, or planning out my future. We use this automatic thinking in all sorts of complex life situations, like deciding when to participate in a conversation at a party, deciding what is appropriate or not appropriate to say in a particular situation. When figuring out whether someone loves you, determining whether you're a good and worthwhile person. So you see, this automatic thinking is not only important in the mundane day-to-day activities, but it can play a big role in how we understand and relate to ourselves, other people, and the world. Now, most of the time, this automatic thinking is accurate and helpful. But everyone has inaccurate and distorted rules or automatic thoughts at times. Things like, I've got to give 100% in everything I do. I'm socially awkward. I'm an idiot. We all say these things to ourselves at some point. A lot of these negative automatic thoughts are learned early in life. Perhaps these are things that people told you when you were a child, being told that you're stupid or you never do anything right. For other negative automatic thoughts, we learn these through experience. I may hold the automatic thought that everyone I care about is going to abandon me because that was my experience early on in life. Now, regardless of where these automatic thoughts came from, the point is we all have them. And for people with depression, they tend to have more of these negative automatic thoughts and tend to have them more frequently. And the problem with this is that people start to accept these automatic thoughts as true and to believe that they're true, even when presented with evidence to the contrary. You see, the amount that we believe something depends on two factors. The first is how true that something is. So, for example, I believe that water's wet because it's wet. I believe the sky's blue because it's blue. We believe things that are true. But the second factor that determines how much we believe something to be true is how many times we've heard the message. We can believe things that aren't true based solely on how frequently or that we've heard the message over and over and over again. This is the principle that advertising works on. So I might be watching a beer commercial, and the guy drinking that beer is surrounded by all of these beautiful women, and he's the life of the party. Now, no matter how much of that beer I drink, it's not going to instantaneously make me cool or make me the life of the party or make women flock to me. The abused child is another example of this, as they're told throughout their life that they're useless and they're worthless, and they hear the message again and again and again, and they believe it to be true, even though it's not true. So this is why it's so important to start to become aware of negative automatic thoughts. They're kind of like the soundtrack of our lives, setting the emotional tone of the scene around us. And if we're having a lot of these negative automatic thoughts that are occurring outside of our awareness, but driving our mood down, this is a recipe for depression and feeling helpless to do anything about it. And so what we're going to be focusing on is how to improve awareness and recognition of these automatic thoughts and evaluating whether or not those automatic thoughts are true or accurate or valid. Essentially, bringing them to the surface, putting them to the test, and seeing if the way we're thinking is true. We talked about how it's not so much the situation that determines how a person feels or the emotional response that they have in a situation, but it's more the interpretation that determines the emotional outcome. So in our example, I might feel really angry because my interpretation is that my manager led me on to believe that I had a really good shot at getting that position, when in fact, they were always planning on giving it to someone outside of the company. I might feel relieved because I may not have wanted the extra responsibility and the work of the promotion, and the only reason I applied was because I felt like I needed to as a way of maintaining the respect that my manager had for me, not because I actually wanted that promotion. And we've also talked about how these thoughts that determine our emotional responses can happen very quickly in an automatic way, usually outside of our awareness. Now, the thing is, with depression works really, really well when it causes us to think in overly negative ways outside of our awareness. So for people with depression, they can usually identify a few surface-level types of thoughts that might be dragging their mood down, but there are all sorts of other negative thoughts that spiral a person into even more depression and negative thinking. So in our example, I feel really hopeless because I'm thinking that this was a great opportunity that I might never get again. I might be fully aware that I'm having that thought, but negative thinking tends to hook us into even more negative thinking. And so my mind doesn't just stop at the thought that I've lost a great opportunity. Instead, my mind tells me that I'm never going to get any more of these types of opportunities, that this is just another example of me failing to take opportunities that present themselves, and that I will never be a success, that I'm a complete failure, and that I'm a total loser. I may be having all of these thoughts, but I'm not aware of them because depression does a really good job at making these thoughts automatic, outside of my conscious awareness. So the first step in interrupting this negative thinking spiral, the first step in cognitive therapy, is to become more aware of these negative thoughts and to recognize the relationship between how I'm feeling and what I'm thinking. Because when you recognize that you're engaging in overly negative thinking, when you see it happening, well, those negative thoughts, they lose some of their power over how you feel. So if I catch myself thinking that I'm a complete failure and a total loser, I might be able to look at those thoughts and think, this is ridiculous. I've been doing really well at this job and I just happen to not get this promotion, but that doesn't mean I'm a loser and I'm a failure in life. Sometimes just simply being aware of the negative automatic thoughts that you're having can be enough to dismiss them and short-circuit that negative cycle that happens in depression. So that brings up the question of, how does a person become better at recognizing their automatic thoughts? If these automatic thoughts are happening really quickly and outside of my awareness, what can I do to bring them into my awareness and to recognize them when they occur? And to do this, we use a tool called a 3-column thought record. And in the video description below, I'll put a link where you can download a 3-column thought record that you can use to monitor and track your negative automatic thoughts, just like we're going to be talking about. So the 3 columns in our 3-column thought record consist of the situation, the who, what, where, when of what's going on. The second column is, what are my emotional responses? What am I feeling in this situation? And the third column is, what are my thoughts that I'm having in this situation? So the way you use a 3-column thought record is that when you notice yourself having a strong negative emotional reaction, you want to pull out a thought record and fill in these 3 columns. So the first column is what's happening in the situation, what's going on, who are you with, what time is it, all of the details of what's happening in the situation. Once you've written down the details of the situation, the next step is to write down what are the emotions that you're experiencing in this situation. Now, when we talk about emotions, they can typically be described in one word. So, for example, emotions are things like angry, sad, depressed, frustrated, irritated, scared, panicky, disappointed, those types of things. Now, you can have multiple emotions in a particular situation. So, for example, I can feel sad and disappointed at the same time, but the emotions themselves should be described in one word. If it's more than one word, you're likely not talking about an emotion, but you're more likely talking about a thought that you're having in that situation. So these first 2 columns of the thought record are typically the easiest part of it. The third column is where things get more challenging for people, because this is where you have to think about what you're thinking and write down as many thoughts that you're having in that situation. You want to take some time with this, really try and think about what's going through your mind, almost imagining that it's kind of like a microphone being dropped into your brain and recording everything that you're thinking. Now, once you've completed all 3 columns of the thought record, what I encourage people to do is to take a look at the thoughts that they have in the 3rd column, and then to ask themselves, if these thoughts are true, do my emotions and my emotional reaction make sense? So, for example, imagine the situation is that I'm driving home from work and someone cuts me off in traffic. The emotional reaction that I have is rage and fury. And in the 3rd column, where I'm recording my thoughts in this situation, the only thing I list down is maybe he was in a rush to get somewhere. Now, the thing is, maybe he was in a rush to get somewhere doesn't really explain my rage and fury in that situation. So what that means is that I probably need to dig a little bit deeper into what I'm thinking to try and come up with and to access some of the thoughts that I'm having that are making me feel so angry at the other driver. Maybe it's things like, this guy doesn't care that he almost killed me. People are always pushing ahead of me and taking advantage of me. One of these days, someone like this is going to kill me or one of my family members. So you see, as I think about it in more detail, some of the thoughts that start coming to the surface help make my emotional reaction make a lot more sense. If I believe that a family member is going to get killed by someone like this, then it makes sense why I would feel so angry. It certainly makes a lot more sense than maybe he was in a rush to get somewhere. So what the 3-column thought record is designed to do is to help you excavate your thoughts, brush them off, to get a really clear sense of what it is that you're thinking in a situation and seeing the connection between the thoughts and how you feel. And sometimes just being more aware of what you're thinking can be enough to just diffuse the intensity of the negative emotion itself. Now, a couple of things about using these 3-column thought records. First of all, it's really important that you write this down. Sometimes these automatic thoughts that we're having can be really ethereal, very slippery. It's difficult to grab a hold of them if we're just trying to do it all in our head. When you first start working on improving thought awareness, writing the thoughts down helps make it much easier to slow down your thinking process and help you tap into the automatic thoughts that are really contributing to how you feel. Over time, as you get better and better at recognizing your automatic thinking patterns, you can get to a point where you're doing this thought record in your head. But to start, I always encourage people to pull out a thought record and fill it in with writing. Now, the second thing about how to use these thought records is that you want to try to pull out a thought record and work on a thought record as soon as possible while you're in the negative emotional state. A lot of the time, these negative automatic thoughts that we have that contribute to our negative emotional states, they're only accessible when we're in that emotional state. It can be really hard to try and think back to what exactly was going through my mind when that guy cut me off in traffic, when I'm not in the emotional state and trying to think about thoughts that I'm not having in that moment. So as soon as possible, pull out one of the thought records and fill it in, and you'll find that that gives you the best chance of improving your thought awareness and tapping into those thoughts in that moment. How exactly do we go about interrupting this process? And how do we go about changing these thinking patterns in order to think in more realistic ways? In the last video, I talked about the importance of thought awareness, being aware of the depressive thoughts that come up in a situation, and how awareness is foundational for being able to challenge those thoughts. You can't evaluate or challenge thoughts that you're not even aware that you're having. And we talked about how to use a 3-column thought record to help bring to the surface and magnify the depression-causing thoughts in a particular situation. To quickly review how a 3-column thought record works, it starts with writing down the details of the situation, the who, what, where, when, the context for a person's emotional response. And then the second column is what are the emotions that a person's experiencing in that situation, with the third column being the automatic thoughts that are coming up in that situation that are fueling the emotional states. Now, in the previous video, I used the example of having scheduled a date with my girlfriend Jessica. And just before I leave my house, I find a sticky note that says that Jessica canceled the date. We talked about all sorts of possible explanations as to why Jessica may have canceled the date. And if I have a tendency towards depression, it's likely that I would think about that negative situation in an overly negative way. Things like, Jessica doesn't like me. Maybe Jessica never liked me. Maybe other people don't like me either. Maybe I'm unlovable. Those types of negative thoughts. And we know that once you start thinking in negative ways, the negative thinking tends to hook you into even more negative thinking. And you end up in this spiral of negative thoughts that drive your mood down. So you end up feeling really down and awful, triggered by a relatively innocuous event, like seeing a sticky note that just said Jessica had to cancel the date. So imagine in this scenario that I complete a 3-column thought record, and I'm aware of all of the negative thoughts that I'm having about Jessica having canceled the date. So now, what do I do with that information? How can I use that information to feel better? And this is where thought challenging and a 4-column thought record comes in. The idea with thought challenging is once you've completed the first 3 columns of the thought record, the 4th column looks at alternative or more realistic ways of thinking about the situation. So the 3rd column has made you more aware of the negative thinking patterns that are happening automatically, but now the 4th column is about taking a step back and actually examining what might be alternative ways of thinking about this situation. What else might have been going on that Jessica had to cancel our date, other than me being unlovable and no one ever liking me and Jessica never having liked me, and bad things like this are always going to happen to me? That's my starting point in thinking. So the 4th column is about asking myself some questions to think about this situation without that negative filter of depression distorting my thoughts. What I'm doing is trying to come up with more realistic ways of thinking about this situation. Now, this is a key point. People often misconstrue cognitive therapy and thought challenging as looking for a silver lining or thinking positively, like this is the power of positive thinking. It isn't. The 4th column isn't called the positive thoughts column. It's about realistic thinking. The goal here isn't to come up with some sort of Pollyanna view of the world, always trying to look on the bright side of things. The goal is to try and evaluate the situation and interpret it as realistically as possible and have an appropriate emotional response. So with the fourth column, there are a number of questions that you can ask yourself to try and think about more realistic ways of viewing the situation. One of the things I like to do is to have people take a step back and try to get a different perspective on the situation. So one question to ask is, if my best friend knew that I was having these types of thoughts, what would my best friend tell me? Would my best friend tell me that Jessica canceling the date is clear evidence that she never liked me and that no one likes me and that I'll always be unlovable? Probably not. My best friend would probably have a different take on it. Now, the challenge with this perspective taking is that sometimes people will tell me that they don't know what their best friend would say because maybe their best friend doesn't like them either. So another way of approaching this is to ask, if my best friend were in this situation and having the exact same thoughts that I'm having, what would I say to my friend? Would I agree with all of the negative thoughts and interpretations? Probably not. And so by taking this shift in perspective, I become a lot more compassionate as I would be to my best friend. And in doing so, I probably become a lot more fair and realistic with myself as I would be with my best friend. Another question to ask is, when I'm not feeling this way, do I tend to think about this type of situation any differently? When I'm not feeling really down and depressed, do I think about these types of setbacks in a different way? Well, probably. When I'm not feeling depressed, I probably wouldn't view Jessica canceling the date as the end of the world. It's not that big of a deal. But when I'm feeling depressed, these types of setbacks and disappointments feel like a much, much bigger thing. Another perspective question I often get people to think about is to step back and focus on the broader picture. 5 years from now, will I think about this situation any differently? 5 years from now, will Jessica canceling the date really be that catastrophic event that it feels like right now in this moment? Probably not. Another question to ask is, are there any examples that demonstrate that the way I'm thinking right now isn't true 100% of the time? You see, what you'll often find in the third column are words like always or never, absolute types of thoughts. So I might be thinking, maybe Jessica has never liked me, or thinking that people are always letting me down. Well, do I have any examples in my life where Jessica didn't cancel a date, or Jessica did demonstrate caring and affection towards me? Do I have any examples in my life where people haven't let me down? If I can think of even one example, what that means is that this doesn't always happen, and that those third column thoughts aren't totally true. Another question I might ask myself is, have I ever been in this type of situation before? Has anything like this happened to me before? And are there any similarities in this situation to other situations I've faced before? So has anyone ever canceled a date or plans to get together with me? What were the reasons that they had to cancel? Chances are I've had lots of experiences in my life where people have canceled get-togethers for perfectly valid reasons that had nothing to do with them not liking me or not caring about me. Another thing to ask is, am I blaming myself for something over which I don't have complete control? In this situation, it seems like I'm blaming myself for something that Jessica has done, and that maybe that has nothing to do with me. Maybe Jessica canceled our date because she's super busy with work, or maybe she canceled the date because she's not feeling well. It may be that it's entirely Jessica's responsibility that she canceled the date, and it has nothing to do with me or how she feels about me. And that's one of the things that often happens in depression, is that people will perceive that bad things are happening to them because of who they are, because there's something wrong with them, something inherently wrong with them. And that just isn't the case. Sometimes things just happen because they happen, and they have nothing to do with me as a person. So these are a bunch of questions that you can ask yourself to try and come up with more realistic or balanced ways of thinking about the situation. At the end of this 4-column thought record, what you have is a third column of negative automatic thoughts, and you have a fourth column of alternative, balanced, and realistic thoughts. So it's kind of like you're putting your emotions on trial and you're presenting evidence that supports or challenges the validity of the negative emotional state. And that's one of the ways that I think about cognitive therapy. It's kind of like you're presenting your depression to a judge, and you're in a court hearing with two lawyers arguing different sides of the case. The third column is the depression lawyer that's arguing all of the depression ways of thinking about the situation. And the fourth column is the realistic lawyer that's arguing the more balanced ways of thinking about the situation. And so by challenging your thoughts using a 4-column thought record, what you can do is to chip away at those negative thinking patterns and allow your emotional state to be based on a more realistic view of what's actually going on. So the idea isn't that once you've completed one of these 4-column thought records, that you'll always end up feeling happy or good about a situation. I may not feel happy that Jessica canceled our date, but maybe I won't feel that same sense of despair and sadness, but more a feeling of disappointment. So the idea of cognitive therapy isn't about changing the emotion to be a positive one, but rather it's more like you're just turning down the dial of the intensity of the emotion. So in this case, rather than feeling sad and despondent, I'm merely disappointed that Jessica had to cancel lunch. Now, one important point. You might find that you complete a 4-column thought record and you fully recognize that your alternative and balanced thoughts in the 4-column are realistic and accurate. But you still feel like they're not true. This is something I've talked about before, in that the amount that we believe something depends not just on how true it is, but also the number of times we've heard that message. Depression will repeat the depression lies to you over and over and over and over and over again. So completing one 4-column thought record probably isn't going to be enough to change how you feel. What you need to do is to repeat the truth and to repeat the realistic thoughts over and over and over again. Now, I'm going to provide a link to the 4-column thought record in the video description down below, so you can download that and use it if you want to practice these cognitive challenging skills. Now, one of the things about cognitive therapy that can be really challenging is that we're not used to thinking about our thinking. And that's why I strongly encourage people to take time and write their thoughts down using these thought records. Because by writing down your thoughts, it slows down your thinking process and helps you think about a situation much more clearly. Over time, as you practice more and more, you'll get better at coming up with realistic thoughts. And it'll get to a point where you don't need to use a 4-column thought record. You could just do it in your head. But at first, don't expect that you're going to be able to master this skill right away, because like any skill, it takes some time and practice to get really good at it. By examining 3 really common styles of thinking that fuel depression, these are distorted ways of thinking, kind of like a mental shorthand gone wrong that makes a person feel more depressed. And the idea is that the more you become aware of these negative thinking styles and thinking patterns, the more you'll recognize when you're doing them, and the more you'll be able to recognize some of these negative thinking patterns in the 3rd column of that thought record, which is the negative automatic thoughts column that often fuel our depression feelings. So the first of these cognitive distortions is called mind reading. And the question I often ask people is, how well do you feel you are at knowing what someone else is thinking? We engage in mind reading all the time, and at its core, it represents a sense of a telepathic power, being able to put ourselves in someone else's head and knowing what they think. Now, the thing is, in depression, mind reading takes the form of knowing what someone else is thinking or feeling. And the thing is, we typically think that what someone else is thinking or feeling is negative. So, for example, a friend passes me by on the street and doesn't say hi to me, so I take that to mean that the friend is ignoring me because they don't like me anymore. I'm putting myself in their head and interpreting the motivation behind their behavior. Now, the thing that makes mind reading challenging is that the interpretations that we make in mind reading are usually possible, but these are possibilities that are given so much greater weight than other more likely possibilities. So, yes, it's possible that my friend saw me and chose to ignore me because they don't like me, but what's more likely is that my friend didn't acknowledge me because they didn't even see me. And one of the big problems with mind reading is that it makes a person feel way more certain than they should about their negative interpretations in these types of ambiguous situations. And this can be particularly problematic in close relationships like marriages. In these types of close relationships, you know your partner so well that you stop checking to ask what they're actually thinking, and you engage in mind-reading predictions of what they're thinking. So my wife is quiet one evening and I interpret that she's angry with me, but I don't know what I did wrong. So I get a sense of helplessness and despair because I've upset her, but I don't know how to fix it because I don't know what I did wrong to make her so upset. In reality, she may have been upset and quiet because she was unfairly criticized at work and was still processing it, not ready to talk about it. And so what ends up happening is that you become less and less accurate in your mind-reading predictions, while at the same time becoming increasingly more convinced that you know how the other person feels, even though you may be completely incorrect. So if you notice yourself mind-reading, the idea is to stay in your own head. When a person first starts to do cognitive therapy, one of the things they recognize is how difficult and challenging it can be to just recognize what we ourselves are thinking. It's hard enough to be aware of our own thinking patterns that are taking place in our own heads. How much more impossible is it then to know what someone else is thinking? So when you catch yourself mind reading, remember to return back to your own head. The next cognitive distortion is called the fortune teller error. And it's similar to mind reading. It's almost like a person who's engaging in the fortune teller error has some sort of extrasensory perception. But rather than being able to read someone else's mind, the fortune teller is about being able to predict or read the future. In the fortune teller error, I feel that I'm able to predict the future, and in the context of depression, the future is always dark and grim. I continually make negative predictions about what's going to happen, and the more depressed I become, the more negative my predictions become. And one of the nasty tricks about the fortune teller error is that it can lead to a self-fulfilling cycle. So imagine that I'm single, and I'm discouraged and depressed about being single. I might think about my future and believe that I'm never going to find someone who's going to love me. I'll never be in a long-term relationship, and I'm going to be single and miserable for the rest of my life. I'm predicting the future, and it doesn't look good. Now think about how that might affect my behavior. Will I feel particularly motivated to put myself out there and try and date? Will I take opportunities to potentially pursue relationships with people who've shown some potential interest in me? Probably not, because I'm predicting that nothing I do is going to be successful. So what's the point in trying? And so I stop dating or pursuing any relationships, which results in me continuing to be alone. And the longer I'm not in a relationship, the more down and hopeless I become about finding a relationship, and it becomes this self-perpetuating cycle. So you can imagine how the fortune teller error negatively affects mood and depression. It tells me that I'm going to fail at almost everything I do, things will never work out for me, and the future is bleak and hopeless. So if you catch yourself engaging in the fortune teller error, the idea is to remind yourself that you don't own a crystal ball. And because you don't own a crystal ball, you're probably not very good at predicting the future. And the third and final cognitive error that I want to talk about is catastrophizing. And what happens in catastrophizing is that a relatively minor event gets blown out of proportion, almost like the mental equivalent of making a mountain out of a molehill. The person takes a relatively small event and then imagines all of the extreme and horrible consequences that could potentially result from the event. For example, I make a mistake at work and I'm worried that I'm going to be fired and I may have difficulty getting another job because I was fired. Now, there are two components to catastrophizing. The first is that I predict the worst possible outcome in the situation. And the second part is that I anticipate that if the negative situation were to actually happen, I wouldn't be able to cope or problem solve the situation, and it will be an utter disaster. As a result, my emotional reaction becomes exaggerated because I'm reacting to an imagined catastrophe rather than an actual event. I react like I've been fired and will never get another job, rather than reacting to making a mistake at work. And because I'm focusing on the imaginary catastrophe, it actually makes me less able to cope with the real event and the real problem. I get so overwhelmed and anxious about potentially being fired for a mistake that it interferes with my ability to actually correct the mistake. So the idea is, when you catch yourself catastrophizing, what you want to do is to bring yourself back to the moment that you're actually in and focus on dealing with that event, not what you think the event symbolizes. So these are the first three of the cognitive distortions that are common in depression that we're going to be talking about. And I'll be talking about more in future videos as well. So as you're working on your thought records, keep an eye out for these types of distorted thinking patterns in the third, or the automatic negative thoughts column. First of these cognitive distortions is something called all or nothing thinking, otherwise known as black and white thinking. And the idea behind all or nothing thinking is that it causes us to view things as extremes. So I'm either a success or I'm a failure. I'm either thin or I'm fat. I'm competent or I'm incompetent. My performance was great or it was terrible. The thing with all or nothing thinking is that it leads us to perceive that anything that is not 100% perfect is useless. It's either all good or it's all bad. And you can imagine how this might negatively affect how a person views themselves in relationships, recreational activities, or work. I'm either the most loving, caring partner, or I'm an awful partner and my wife is going to leave me. I completed that work task perfectly, or it was a complete disaster. Think about how this might affect a person's mood. If I'm in a relationship, I have to be perfect or that relationship isn't going to work out. That puts an awful lot of pressure on me to not make any mistakes, and when I do make a mistake, that's the worst thing that I could do. This type of all or nothing thinking leads me to perceiving failure in almost everything I do, which is just a recipe for driving my mood down and furthering the depression. So if you catch yourself engaging in this all or nothing thinking, the idea is to look for the shades of gray in the situation. Look for pieces of evidence that can balance out this extreme black or white thinking. So something like, yes, I messed up answering that one question in the interview, but the rest of the interview seemed to go pretty well. It's a much more balanced way and a much less extreme way of viewing that situation. And if I can view more of my performance in life on a gradient rather than complete success or complete failure, I'm probably going to be beating myself up much less for not failing at everything I do. So remember to always look for the shades of gray. The next cognitive distortion is called overgeneralization. And in overgeneralization, what happens is that a single event leads to an invariable and unchanging rule. One negative event becomes a never-ending pattern. If I make one mistake on an assignment, then I'm bound to fail the course. If my partner criticizes me for not emptying the dishwasher, this is going to be the start of a series of complaints to follow in which I can never make her happy. If I interview for a job and I don't get the job, I'm never going to get a job. You see, the thing is, we tend to look for patterns in our lives because patterns help us predict what might happen in the future and help us to plan accordingly. So there's a real desire to look for patterns. But in overgeneralization, all of the perceived patterns are negative. And if you accept the negative patterns as true before you have any evidence to support whether or not the patterns are true, that's probably going to make you feel pretty awful. It can make you feel that you can't do anything right, so what's the point in trying? So what can you do about overgeneralization? Well, the key with overgeneralization is to catch yourself using some keywords, and you can often find these in that third column of the thought record. And the keywords that you're looking for are things like always, never, all the time. And when you catch yourself using those words, it should be a big red flag for you. My partner is always upset with me. Is that true? Can I find examples of any situations that demonstrate that my partner is not always upset with me? Well, yeah, sure, my partner's upset with me right now, but for much of the past week, we've been getting along great. So it's all about finding evidence that discounts those words like always, never, and all the time. The key is to remember that there are absolutely no absolutes. And so pay attention to absolute thinking because it's probably a good sign that you're overgeneralizing. And the third cognitive distortion is called magnification and minimization. The idea here is that we often have different standards or expectations for other people than we have for ourselves. So in magnification, I exaggerate my mistakes or setbacks, while at the same time exaggerating other people's achievements. And the flip side of it is minimization. I minimize my own achievements and I minimize other people's mistakes or setbacks. So for example, I might minimize the fact that I have a good job by telling myself that I'm unqualified and it's only a matter of time until they find out that I'm an imposter and fire me. Whereas if I find out that someone else was fired from their job, I might think to myself, well, that's really awful. It was probably due to unfortunate office politics. So the thing with magnification and minimization is that you always come out feeling inferior to others. And this comes about because we have a distorted perception of what we're doing compared to what other people are doing. I call this the social media effect. I'm well aware of all of the problems and things that are going wrong in my life. And yet, when I look on social media, all I see other people posting is about the highlight reel of their lives. So I'm well aware of all of the problems and difficulties I'm having, where it seems like other people are doing so much better than I am in life. And this can result in setting different standards for ourselves compared to other people. So I set really high, often unrealistic standards for myself, whereas I have reasonable, realistic standards or expectations of other people. So what do you think that results in? Well, the result is that I'm going to have a lot more failure than other people, not because I'm actually failing more, but because my bar is set so much higher than other people. So if you catch yourself engaging in magnification or minimization, remind yourself that it's important to have the same scale for everyone, yourself included. You see, somewhere along the line, we developed a sense of that being harsher or more critical of ourselves was a good thing because somehow it motivates us to do better. But the reality is, it just does the opposite. It makes us feel like we're failing and that we're lesser than others, which just makes us feel worse and worse and worse. So as you're working through your thought records, keep an eye out for these examples of all or nothing thinking, overgeneralization, and magnification and minimization in that third automatic thoughts column. Let's start with the cognitive distortion of filtering. And filtering is something that we all do every day because we're constantly bombarded with all kinds of information on a day-to-day basis, and there's no way that we can possibly pay attention to everything in our world. So as a result, we screen out a lot of information and focus our attention on the most important information, the information that's most relevant to us in a particular moment. So for example, right now, you're listening to my voice and watching this video. You're paying attention to the information that is most relevant or important to you in this moment. But what you're not paying attention to, probably, is the lamp in the background, or the picture of the rainbow on my bookshelf, or the feeling of the feet on your floor. But now that I've pointed these things out, you probably notice them more, and you're more aware of these things that just a few seconds ago you weren't paying attention to at all because they didn't seem relevant. This is information filtering. It's something we do all the time, and it's a normal part of life. But in depression, what can happen is that a person starts to pay attention only to the negative things going on in their life, and they filter out any of the neutral or positive things that are happening. So when a person thinks about their relationship, all they focus on is the disagreements, the arguments that they're having with their partner. When a person thinks about their performance at work, all they think about is the few times they've missed deadlines or mistakes they've made at work. So with filtering, what ends up happening is that a person filters out all of the positive or neutral information in their life, and all they're left to focus on is the negative things or the things that are going wrong. And so what do you think this does to a person's mood? Well, it usually makes people feel worse, and this can result in depression getting worse, and it can result in reduced self-esteem and unhealthy pessimism, which then results in even more negative filtering, which drives a person's mood down, and you end up in one of those depression spirals we always talk about. So what can you do about this? How do you change this negative filtering? Well, the first step is to be aware that you're actually engaging in filtering, and to recognize that if you're experiencing depressed mood, it's more likely than not that you're filtering out a lot of positives in your life. The example I like to use is to imagine yourself looking at the Mona Lisa, but all you focus on is the nose, and you think to yourself, how is this great art? It's just a nose. So the idea is, when you catch yourself filtering, you need to zoom out, view things using a wider lens, and pay attention to the whole picture. So you're not just focusing on the nose of the Mona Lisa, you're taking a look at the entire picture, including all of the context. Related to this is the cognitive distortion of disqualifying the positive. And what happens in disqualifying the positive is that you reject positive or good things in your life as not counting for some reason or another, whereas negative events or negative characteristics are given very high levels of meaning and validity. So even though you can recognize that there are potential positives occurring in your life, they get dismissed or brushed aside, and the negative things are given much greater weight or value. In disqualifying the positive, a person often views positive behaviors from other people as acts of pity. Sure, she agreed to go on that date with me, but she just did that because she's nice and she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. Additionally, skills and accomplishments get dismissed as universal or insignificant. Sure, I got a college degree, but that's not that big of a deal. Anyone can get a college degree. And good fortune or positive experiences are dismissed as consequences of pure luck. Yeah, I got the job, but I lucked out because there probably weren't a lot of people who applied for it. If you've ever tried to talk to someone who was depressed and tried to talk them out of their bad mood, you've probably seen this cognitive distortion at work. It usually takes the form of yes, but. So the person acknowledges that there is a positive, but then dismisses it or gives it little credit for one reason or another. So if you catch yourself engaging in disqualifying the positive, what should you do? Well, the key is to remind yourself that positives count, no excuses, and no yes but. If negatives count, then positives must count at least as equally as much, and you may have to continually remind yourself of that. And this can be challenging at first, but with practice, you'll catch yourself yes butting, and you'll be better able to stop it when it happens. Our next cognitive distortion is emotional reasoning. And what happens in emotional reasoning is that a person uses the presence or intensity of negative emotions as evidence to support the negative emotions themselves. It's this idea that people believe that they have intuition and that their emotions are telling them something, and so they need to listen to those emotions. I feel anxious, so this must be dangerous. I feel inadequate, so I must be worthless. I feel guilty, so I must have done something wrong. The problem with this is that our emotions get based on interpretations of events and not the events themselves. And so if the interpretation is wrong, I'm going to experience an emotion that doesn't match the situation. So I can feel anxious in a situation that's perfectly safe. I can feel hopeless when there's much to be hopeful about. I can be really angry at someone even though they haven't done anything wrong. And this is a real big problem with depression. If I'm feeling depressed and I feel hopeless, then what's the point in trying to do anything to change how I'm feeling, because I'm probably going to fail anyway. So I don't do things that may help me feel better, like getting exercise, seeing friends, cleaning my house, which just makes me feel worse about myself and reinforces my hopelessness. So I'm using the feeling of depression as evidence of probable failure, which just leads to not trying and getting more depressed because I'm failing. Now, the interesting thing about emotional reasoning is that people will usually do it only with unpleasant emotions. So, for example, it's rare for people to assume that when they're feeling happy, that's indicative that everything is fine and that nothing could potentially go wrong. So, how do you manage emotional reasoning? Well, the thing I'd like to remind people and encourage people to remind themselves of is that just because you feel it doesn't mean that it's real. Don't believe everything you feel, because emotions lie, and remind yourself that emotions aren't facts. And finally, I want to talk about the cognitive distortion of labeling. And what happens in labeling is that a person takes a temporary event and makes it a permanent trait or characteristic of themselves or someone else. So, for example, I failed the test, so now I'm a failure. I made an error at work, so I'm an idiot. My girlfriend who forgot our anniversary, she's self-centered. And what ends up happening is that we attach these labels to ourselves or other people and then filter out information that doesn't apply to that label and focus on the information that does support that label. At its core, labeling makes a solvable problem into something that can't be solved. So, for example, imagine that I just start a new job and I discover that I've misfiled something and made a simple mistake. What can I do about that? How can I address that issue? Well, the solution seems pretty simple. Go back to wherever I misfiled it and refile it properly. If I just focus on what I did, it gives me an opportunity to think about ways of correcting the mistake. However, if I misfiled something at work and tell myself that I'm a complete idiot and moron, what can I do about that? How do I correct being an idiot and a moron? So you see, the problem of labeling, it turns a minor problem like misfiling something at work and makes the situation something that is permanent and unchangeable. So how can you correct this when you notice yourself engaging in labeling? Well, the idea is to recognize when you're attaching the label to yourself or someone else and focus more on the behavior that you noticed rather than the label. I failed one test. That doesn't mean I'm an idiot. My wife didn't do the dishes. That doesn't mean she's selfish. By focusing on the event or the behavior and not the person, what you might find is that the intensity of your negative emotions towards yourself or the other person goes down because you're focusing more on a particular event rather than an unchangeable characteristic. And this can make things feel a lot more manageable and correctable. Negative thinking patterns that contribute to depression spiral in relation to a series of thoughts and assumptions that's called the cognitive triad. And the cognitive triad is a pattern of thinking that involves distorted negative beliefs about the self, the world and other people, and the future. There's inherently something wrong with me, the world is a terrible place filled with awful people, and the future is grim and bleak. So what I want to focus on is the first part of this negative triad, which are negative beliefs or assumptions about the self. These are those thoughts that you tell yourself that you're not good enough, that you don't measure up, that you're a failure in some fundamental way. And there are a number of assumptions that people will hold in depression that are examples of this type of negative thinking about the self. The first example is the belief that everything I do must be flawless, otherwise I'm a failure. This belief and assumption is rooted in perfectionism and is fueled by societal pressures that push us to constantly try to be perfect. The big problem with this is that nobody's perfect, and no one does everything perfectly. In fact, nearly everything we do has some level of imperfection to it. So when you believe that everything needs to be perfect, or that you must be perfect to feel good about yourself, what you're doing is that you're setting yourself up for constant feelings of failure and dissatisfaction. Rather than recognizing your achievements and what you accomplish, you only focus on your shortcomings and mistakes and the things like, I could have done that better. Another problem with this assumption is that it can lead to avoiding new challenges or doing new things that might be outside of your comfort zone. Learning something new inherently involves making mistakes, but if you feel like you constantly have to be perfect, making those types of mistakes can feel intolerable. So by holding this assumption that everything you do must be perfect, this results in your world becoming smaller and smaller and smaller, as the fear of making mistakes prevents you from doing anything new. In essence, if you constantly feel the need to be perfect, your world becomes more constricted as the fear of making mistakes prevents you from exploring any new opportunities. Another common assumption in depression is the belief that your worth comes solely from doing things for other people. This is a big one for moms who often feel that they must always make the needs of others a priority, putting themselves last because they think that's what they're supposed to do to be a good mom or to be a good wife. Now, while there's nothing necessarily wrong with caring for others, I want to be clear about that. There's nothing wrong with that. But this becomes a problem when you consistently sacrifice your own well-being for the sake of other people. So if you've ever felt guilty about taking time for yourself or doing something for you, those feelings of guilt are probably due to this assumption. And this tendency to always put others first, neglecting your own needs, this can be a direct path to depression. The key is to remember that you matter too, and that self-care isn't some sort of selfish luxury, but a necessity. If you're not taking care of yourself, you're going to burn out, which is going to leave you with little energy to take care of others. And if you find yourself unable to care for people the way that you once did, this can then lead to even more feelings of inadequacy or failure, which can make depression worse. Another negative assumption or belief involves the notion that I must always be at 100% peak efficiency and peak performance. This idea is often reinforced in society, where it's no longer good enough to give 100%, but now you need to give 110%. This is also promoted in slogans like "no days off," or "I'll sleep when I'm dead," or "if you're not going to give your best, don't even bother trying." Now, while these ideas might sound really motivating and look great on t-shirts, actually trying to live up to these ideals is a recipe for burnout, failure, and depression. Think about the implications of this. If you've ever set a personal best in anything, whether it's your fastest run or the best grade you've ever gotten, and you believe that you always have to be at peak efficiency, what this means is that you have to match or exceed that personal best every single time. You can't have any slower days. You can never get lower marks, because that would mean that you're not performing at 100%. And if you're not operating at 100%, it becomes a failure, a disaster. And now there's even more pressure to push yourself harder, which is unsustainable and is just a recipe for never feeling satisfied. So while this assumption might seem noble and virtuous, it's actually a really damaging and destructive mindset that often does far more harm than good. The next assumption I want to discuss is the belief that I need someone stronger, more capable, or more powerful than myself to rely on. At the heart of this assumption are thoughts like, I can't do it on my own, I'm not capable, and therefore I need someone's help to step in and to take care of me. Now, it's important to recognize that we all need help from time to time, and there's nothing wrong with that. So the idea isn't that you should be able to handle everything on your own without ever asking for help. But if you hold the belief that you always need someone else to rely on, it can leave you feeling helpless, because it means you're dependent on someone else to take care of you. And think about the implications of this mindset. If you're in a relationship and you believe that you're dependent on your partner and rely on them for everything, this is likely going to prevent you from taking responsibility for aspects of the relationship. This could lead a person to be fearful of expressing their needs or disagreeing with their partner out of fear that if they make their partner unhappy and their partner leaves, there will be no one to take care of them. And as you can imagine, this just results in a person feeling dissatisfied and overly dependent on their partner. So in this example, it's important to remember that you were able to manage your life before you met your partner, which is evidence that you're capable of handling life on your own and that you can be independent. It becomes really important to remember the things that you've accomplished on your own in your life to help break out of this mindset. And related to this is the belief or the assumption that if others disagree with me, then I must be wrong. This can be a particularly difficult assumption for someone in depression, because depression often comes with a lack of self-confidence or self-belief. And it's probably pretty easy to see how holding this belief might feed into that cycle of depression. This may be a belief that you hold if you find that you often wait to hear what other people think before you express your own views on a topic. So if you're in a work meeting, you might find yourself holding back your opinion until you've gotten a general sense of the consensus of how everyone else in the meeting is feeling, and then, and only then, you might then share something that is in agreement with what others have said. And the reason people do this is out of concern that if their opinion differs from the majority, then that means they must be wrong. And it would be really embarrassing to express a viewpoint that was wrong in front of other people. So the underlying belief here is that I don't have the right to hold an opinion that differs from other people because I'm likely wrong. But is that always true? Imagine how the world would be if no one ever had differing opinions, or if people didn't think about situations from different perspectives. The idea here isn't about convincing yourself that you're always right or that others must be wrong if they disagree with you. Rather, it's more about having a healthy respect for your own opinions and beliefs and recognizing that it's not a bad thing to express your thoughts, even if those thoughts differ from the people around you. And by doing this, you don't assume that any other people have all the answers, but that you might have something meaningful and important to share, and that others would be interested in hearing your perspective. And the last of the negative beliefs about the self that I want to talk about is the assumption that anger is inherently bad. In our society, we often categorize emotions as either good emotions or bad emotions. Good emotions are things like happiness and joy and contentment and peace, while bad emotions are things like sadness and guilt and fear and anger. And from a young age, we're often taught to suppress or ignore anger, viewing anger as something that's irrational, destructive, or just plain wrong. If I hold the belief that anger is bad, what that means is that when I'm feeling angry, I'm doing something wrong. And so we often try to bottle up or deny feelings of anger, which rarely works and just leads to even stronger feelings of resentment or frustration. The key point is to recognize that anger in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Anger is normal and a healthy human emotion. It's there to alert us when someone is causing harm to us or someone we care about, and it's designed to motivate us to take action to stop it. Whether that's saying no, standing up for ourselves, or stopping a person from crossing our boundaries, anger is a necessary emotion that protects ourselves and those that we care about. Anger only becomes a problem when it's expressed in harmful or destructive ways. That can be verbally or physically. But aggression isn't the only way to express anger. So rather than viewing anger as something to ignore or suppress, the focus should be on expressing it in productive ways. And so while you're working on your 4-column thought records, you might find that you notice a lot of these assumptions and beliefs in that 3rd column of the thought record. And by being more aware of these common negative beliefs or assumptions about the self, you can become better able to spot those negative thinking patterns more quickly and then challenging them more effectively. The next part of the triad, which is 5 negative or unhelpful beliefs about the world and other people. And the first common negative belief that I want to talk about is the notion that life is fair. This is often referred to as the just world hypothesis, which at its core suggests that life and the world operates in a fair and just way. So this is the notion of hard work leads to success, while laziness results in a person failing. It assumes that if I'm kind and caring towards other people, they will reciprocate with kindness towards me. It also assumes that people will judge me based on my character and my accomplishments, rather than my background or appearance. There's some comfort in believing that this notion that life is fair. The problem with this belief is that, unfortunately, it's just not true. As much as we all wish that the world was a fair and just place, it just isn't. And if you hold on to the idea that life is fair or that good things happen to good people, think about the implication of what that means when bad things happen. If I believe that life is fair and something negative happens to me, what's the conclusion that I can take away from that? It might lead me to believe that I must have done something wrong to deserve the negative outcome, or that in some way I'm being punished for some previous mistakes or wrongdoings that I've done in the past. This way of thinking can result in feelings of guilt because I start to believe that I must have done something wrong to deserve this negative thing that happened. So the key is to remember that no one ever said that life was fair. And so part of this is coming to an acceptance of the fact that life and the world isn't always fair. And when bad things happen, it doesn't mean that the bad things occurred because we're being punished for something we did or that we deserve the bad thing to have happened. Another common belief about the world is that it's simply easier to avoid life's problems than to face them head on. And you often see this in people who have anxiety alongside their depression. You see, the thing is that problems in and of themselves can cause a person to experience a lot of anxiety, especially when the solution to the problem isn't immediately obvious. Because if the solution were obvious, then it wouldn't be a problem. But it's the uncertainty about not knowing what to do, which causes a person to experience anxiety or stress about making the wrong choice. And a lot of times when I bring this belief up with my clients, they often respond with, I don't believe that. I know it's not true. But the follow-up question I always have is, do your actions actually reflect that you don't believe this to be true. Think about the past few weeks or months. Have there been any times when you've procrastinated dealing with challenges by telling yourself, I'll think about that later, or I'll get to it eventually, but then it takes you a lot longer than you anticipated to actually deal with the challenge? The real problem with avoiding problems or challenges is what happens when we don't address problems when they come up. Have you ever noticed what happens to problems that you ignore? Do they disappear? Do they work themselves out on their own? Probably not. You probably notice that most problems that you don't deal with tend to grow and become more complicated, mushrooming and getting bigger and more overwhelming, which then makes it even more difficult and stressful to deal with. And then the temptation is to want to continue avoiding the problem because it's now so big and so overwhelming, but that only makes the situation worse and leads into one of those negative spirals that depression is so good at trapping people in. A third common negative belief about the world and other people is the notion that the way to be appreciated and to be accepted by other people is to constantly give of yourself. It's this idea that people will like me as long as I'm doing something for them. But it probably doesn't take much to recognize how this belief can become a problem pretty quickly. If we believe that people will only appreciate us for what we do for them, the subtle and implied message that we're telling ourselves is that we aren't worthy of being accepted and appreciated simply for who we are. Instead, what this belief implies is that it's only through giving to other people that I can gain their acceptance and affection. And if I ever stop giving of myself to other people, then they wouldn't want anything to do with me. This belief often stems from a deeper sense that we might not be worthy of love or that I'm inherently unlovable. The only way to feel like people care about me is by constantly doing things for them. And one of the ways of recognizing whether or not you hold this belief is to ask yourself, are you the one who always seems to be giving more in your relationships? Do you notice that a lot of your relationships aren't really reciprocal? You see, the thing is, it's kind of paradoxical. When I give too much of myself or find myself in unbalanced relationships, the other person may actually lose respect for me, particularly if they're looking for someone to be an equal partner. Most relationships are built on mutual give and take. If I'm always the person who's giving and the other person is always taking, it's not a foundation for a healthy or a sustainable relationship. So the key here is to respect yourself as much as you respect other people, and in doing so, you're much more likely to form deeper and more fulfilling connections that reward everyone involved. The next common faulty belief is similar in that it's a belief that I have to do everything that I'm asked to do by other people. It's similar to the idea that the way to be accepted by others is to always give, but in this case, it's more about feeling the need to respond and to comply with every request that's made of me. Now, it's important to recognize that being caring and responsive and wanting to help other people, that's not a bad thing. But if you hold the belief that you have to do everything that you're asked to do, what's happening is that you're allowing others to dictate what you're doing. You're essentially relying on other people to never ask you for anything unreasonable or to never ask you to do something that you don't want to do. So the problem with this belief is that it removes your ability to determine for yourself if a request is unreasonable. It removes your right to defend your boundaries or to say no to someone. Essentially, you're handing over control to the other person and feeling obligated to do whatever they ask of you. And what this does is it strips away a sense of personal agency, responsibility, or sense that I have control over my own actions. And this just results in me feeling helpless and not in control of my life. And on top of that, people who hold this belief often end up feeling angry or resentful towards the people who are asking them to do things. I might feel like I'm being used, but the other person may not even be aware of it. From the other person's perspective, I always agree to help, so they're likely to assume that I'm happy to help, which may not actually be the case. And so this dynamic can create unhealthy cycles in relationships where I experience unspoken frustration because I feel I always have to do whatever people ask of me, and that just leads to me feeling even more discouraged and depressed. And the fifth belief I want to talk about is the assumption that good relationships don't have significant problems. This is what I often refer to as the happily ever after myth. You see this depicted in TV shows and movies where couples live in harmony and any issues or problems that come up in their relationship get quickly resolved by the end of a 30-minute episode. Or they're neatly wrapped up by the time the movie credits roll as the happy couple walks hand in hand into the sunset. At the core of this belief is the assumption that if you've found the right partner, your relationship should be effortless and free of any challenges or problems. And therefore, if any problems come up, or if you find yourself having to put effort into maintaining the relationship, then what this means is that it's potentially a sign that maybe this isn't the right relationship for you. But it's also important to recognize that every long-term relationship takes work and effort and attention. There's no such thing as a relationship that runs on autopilot, where you meet someone, fall madly in love, and never have to think about it or work on the relationship ever again. The presence of conflict in a relationship or the need to put effort into maintaining a relationship doesn't necessarily mean that there's something wrong in the relationship. It simply means that your relationship is like every other relationship, with its ups and with its downs. It's important to remember that all relationships require some care and some nurturing, and to expect that problems will arise because problems occur in every relationship. The key is that in healthy relationships, you and your partner work together to address the challenges that come up. So, those are 5 common faulty assumptions about the world and other people. Life is fair, it's easier to avoid problems and to face them. You need to constantly give to other people to be accepted. You have to do everything that's ever asked of you, and that good relationships never have problems. So if you catch yourself thinking any of these faulty beliefs, or if you notice yourself behaving as if you believe some of these things, it's important to challenge those thoughts rather than getting caught up in the negative spiral traps that depression will set up for you. Negative beliefs about the future. And it's really common in depression to feel like there's no hope and that there's no point in trying because things will never get better. But if you see the future as completely bleak, filled with failure and disappointment, it becomes really difficult to find any motivation to set goals or even try to get out of the depression. And this is exactly what depression wants. So by recognizing and challenging some of these negative beliefs about the future, you can begin to start seeing the possibility of a future that's a lot more hopeful than you can see right now. So the first negative belief that I want to talk about is the belief that things will never get better. This belief often occurs when people feel that their current pain, their current difficulties or challenges are going to continue indefinitely or get worse over time. This belief can result from past experiences of feeling stuck or hopeless or having had repeated setbacks. And so when someone holds the belief that nothing's going to get better, it perpetuates a sense of helplessness, which results in a person withdrawing from things that they could do or could potentially do that could make them feel better, which then just leads into one of those negative depression spirals that are so common. And so what happens is that this belief becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, where the person stops trying to make things better because they believe that things will never get better. So if you recognize that you hold the assumption that things will never get better, how can you break out of this thought pattern? Well, the first thing to do is to think about times in the past when things did improve. Situations in which you felt helpless, but then there was something positive that happened. By practicing thinking about evidence from the past, this can help you break the habit of assuming that negative events that are happening in this moment will always define the future. The other thing you can do is to challenge this idea that the future is fixed and unchangeable. Think about other possible outcomes, other scenarios in which things could potentially improve. Now, although it may feel like wishful thinking, what this does is it gets you to consider other possibilities than just the bad things happening, which can then open the door for the potential of hope. The next assumption is a belief that I'll always feel this way. The idea is when you're experiencing overwhelming emotions like depression, it can seem as if that despair and sadness will never go away. And this belief relates to the assumptions that emotions are fixed and unchanging. The way I feel now is the way I'll always feel. And if you believe that your emotional pain is permanent, this is going to sap any motivation or desire to do anything that could potentially help you feel better, like socializing or getting exercise or engaging in activities that you used to enjoy. So if you catch yourself thinking that I'll always feel this way, what you want to do is to remind yourself that emotions are inherently transient. And what that means is that no emotion is ever permanent, and that moods and how a person feels can fluctuate, even though it may not feel like it. You won't always feel this way, and that's an important thing to remind yourself of, recognizing that you've probably had lots of experiences in your life where you felt different emotions. Another depression-promoting belief about the future is the notion that life is unbearable when it doesn't go the way I want it to be. And the idea behind this is that there's some sort of perfect, idealized version of life that I'm chasing, and once I reach it, everything will be fine. Once I get that job promotion, once I'm in that long-term relationship, once I buy a house, once I lose those 15 pounds, then I'll finally be able to be happy. Now, while it's true that achieving goals in life can bring a sense of relief and satisfaction, that's rarely ever the end goal. Once you accomplish certain goals, it's natural to want to achieve new goals. So by holding on to this belief that it's unbearable when things aren't going my way, you end up constantly chasing an illusion of an idealized perfect life, void of problems, that simply doesn't exist. Even if I manage to achieve all of the goals that I want and solve all of the problems in my life now, new goals and new problems will inevitably arise. I'm never going to feel fully satisfied because at the core of this belief, what I'm telling myself is that everything in my life has to be perfect in order for me to feel content and happy. But life is full of ups and downs, and this assumption promotes the unrealistic belief that life can somehow be all ups, which just simply isn't true. So the idea is to accept and to expect that life is going to come with all sorts of challenges, setbacks, and disappointments. And in doing so, you accept that there's no such thing as an imagined perfect version of life that you have to achieve in order to be happy. In other words, you can be content even when everything isn't perfect. The next belief is that I have the power to change other people if I simply care enough. So if I care enough about them or I love them enough, then they will become the person that I want them to be in the future. If I provide a secure enough relationship or explain things in just the right way, they'll get their life together and make the big changes they need. This assumption is rooted in the romanticized idea of love conquers all. If I hold this belief, I essentially believe that my influence is enough to help the other person succeed at whatever they need to improve, whether it's giving up drinking, striving for a better career, saving money, learning to manage their temper. And what usually underlies this belief is a deep sense of care and desire for the other person to have a better life. The challenge is, if I'm putting more effort into their life than they are, it's likely not going to work. You can't work harder at someone else's life than they do. And if you do find yourself trying to work harder at someone else's life than they are, what usually results is that you end up feeling resentful. You've invested all of this energy. You're trying to solve their problems, but the other person hasn't changed. And the result is you feel disappointment, sadness, and guilt because you believe that you had the power to change them. So the key is to remember that you only have control over your behavior, not the behavior of someone else, and that you can't work harder at someone else's life than they do. And finally, I want to talk about the assumption that there's no point in trying, which is a belief that stems from feelings of futility and helplessness. This assumption is closely associated with something called learned helplessness, where a person feels powerless to change their circumstances and as a result stops attempting anything to improve their situation. This belief can be incredibly paralyzing. If I think that my actions won't lead to any meaningful change, why would I bother? And if I feel that there's nothing I can do that's going to make a difference, that's going to have a negative effect on my self-esteem, which reinforces beliefs that I'm incapable of achieving my goals or that outside forces are always going to prevent me from succeeding in life. So what ends up happening is I don't put much effort into my activities, which results in negative outcomes, which further reinforces the belief that trying is pointless. It's another one of those negative depression cycles. So if you catch yourself assuming that there's no point in trying, what you want to do is to reframe failures as opportunities to learn, rather than proof that you're incapable of succeeding. And what this reframing does is that it helps promote a sense of resilience and being able to bounce back from setbacks rather than just seeing them as failures. It can also be helpful to focus on the process and the effort instead of just the results. The idea is that ultimate outcomes may be unpredictable because they're influenced by the world around us. But what you do have control over is the effort that you put into it. I may not be able to guarantee that I'm going to get the job, but what I can do is to prepare myself to do the best that I can do in the job interview. And so the idea is to recognize the value in the process, regardless of what the final result was. And the last thing to do is to celebrate small wins. Recognizing and appreciating little achievements can help counteract the belief that there's no point in trying and that things will never work out. And this can reinforce the idea that putting effort into something can lead to positive results. You see, the thing is, none of us owns a crystal ball. We're terrible at predicting the future, but that's exactly what depression wants us to try to do. It wants us to see the future as bleak and hopeless, filled with failure and despair, which just leads to a person giving up because they see no value in trying. But if you can begin to recognize that the depression predictions of the future are not necessarily true, it can start to foster a sense of hopefulness. Two common pitfalls that depression will set for you as your mood starts to improve and as you start to feel better. And it's really important to recognize these pitfalls to prevent avoidable relapses in depression. So the first pitfall is what I call testing the recovery. You might not even realize you're doing it, but it happens when you start to feel better and begin to doubt the strength of your recovery. You might find yourself asking, is this improvement real? Is this going to last? And this is completely normal. After all, you've just gone through something really difficult, and it's hard to trust that feeling better is now a permanent state. But the problem is, when you start to doubt your recovery, you can end up testing it. And the way this looks is by intentionally revisiting old negative thoughts or patterns or behaviors, just to see how much better you really are. It's almost like you're poking a wound to see if it's still sore. So, for example, let's say someone's feeling pretty good after a couple of weeks of hard work and therapy. They've been setting small goals and they see that their mood has started to improve. But then they start to wonder, am I really better, or is this just a temporary blip? So they start to think about old painful memories, or they imagine worst-case scenarios that they used to dwell on, almost as a way of seeing if those thoughts still have power over them. And at first, They might feel fine as they do this, but as they continue to do it, those old feelings of sadness or hopelessness, they can start creeping back in. And suddenly, what was a positive shift now turns into a dip in mood again. The problem is, testing recovery like this isn't a real test of how strong you are. It's just putting you back into old thought patterns that don't serve you anymore. Depression recovery isn't about being immune to negative thoughts. It's about learning how to handle the negative thoughts differently when they come up. But if you're deliberately seeking out negative thoughts, you're just inviting those old feelings back in. So what's the solution? Well, the key is to stop testing the recovery. If your mood is improving, embrace it. Don't go looking for trouble by revisiting things that made you feel bad before. It's kind of like you've just cleaned a fogged up mirror in your bathroom, and once it's clear, you wouldn't smear it again just to see if it can fog up. You'd leave it clean and just enjoy the fact that it's clean. The same goes for your mood. If it's fine, if it's clear, don't smudge it to test to see if the fog will come back. So the idea is to enjoy the recovery, enjoy the feeling of feeling better, and let yourself trust that the improvement is real and not need to have to constantly prove it to yourself. Now, the second pitfall is something that a lot of people fall into without even realizing it, and that's overenthusiasm. When your mood starts to improve, you start to feel better, it's natural to feel like you need to make up for lost time. You've been stuck in a depressed state or low mood for so long that now that you have new energy, it feels like you can try to do everything at once. And while that enthusiasm is a really great sign of progress, it can also backfire if you take on too much too quickly. And in depression recovery, this happens a lot. People start feeling better, and so what they do is they set bigger goals for themselves. After all, this feels like the right time to be ambitious. But the problem is that depression, even in recovery, can still leave you with less energy and less resilience than you realize. So when you take on too much, whether it's in work life or your social life, or you set big personal goals, what can end up happening is you end up feeling overwhelmed by trying to do all of these things, and that can lead to a drop in mood. So imagine I've been working my way slowly out of depression. I've been setting small goals. Maybe I've been going for short walks, or making an effort to spend some time with close friends, or I've been managing to keep up with a few tasks at work. But now I feel better. So I decide that I need to ramp things up in my life. Suddenly, I try to work extra hours. I sign up for a big event, and I reconnect with every friend I've lost touch with when I was depressed. And this can feel really exciting at first, maybe for the first week or two. But then I start to notice that I'm feeling really tired and exhausted and down, and I'm now struggling to keep up with the new demands that I've placed on myself. And now I start to feel disappointed, and that disappointment starts to lead into a feedback loop where I feel like a failure again, I've lost my confidence, and I spiral back into a depressed state. And this is what I call the try harder trap. When you feel better, the temptation is to push yourself harder, thinking it will accelerate your recovery. But the truth is, trying harder in this case often just sets you up for disappointment because you're reaching beyond what's realistic at that moment. So the solution to this pitfall is about finding balance. When your mood improves, it's a good thing to set goals, but it's critical to make sure those goals are manageable. You don't need to prove to yourself how far you've come by taking on the world all at once. Recovery from depression is about steady, consistent progress, not trying to sprint to a finish line. So imagine if If you were learning to play a musical instrument after you hadn't played an instrument in a really long time, you wouldn't immediately try to perform some complicated piece in front of an audience of strangers. What you'd do is you'd probably ease back, gradually increasing the difficulty of what you play as your skills improve. Recovery from depression is no different. Just because you're feeling better doesn't mean you need to dive into every challenge head first. Gradual progress is what will keep you moving forward without burning out or feeling discouraged. So as your mood starts to improve during depression, keep an eye out for these two common traps: testing the recovery and overenthusiasm. Both of these pitfalls can sneak up on you when you start to feel better, and if you're not careful, they can really lead to depression setbacks. The key to avoiding both of these pitfalls is balance. Balancing your optimism with patience and your goals with being realistic. And as long as you stay aware of how these traps can work and think about how you're approaching your recovery, you're going to be able to keep moving forward without falling back into old habits and without overwhelming yourself. Linear process where every day that passes, I feel slightly better until I eventually come out of the depression and hopefully never have to deal with it again. And that can be a really encouraging and positive way of thinking about depression. But the problem is, it doesn't work that way. Rather than a smooth linear progression, recovery from depression looks more like a stock market ticker where there are ups during the recovery process and where there are downs in the recovery process. And it's critical to recognize and to realize that having these ups and downs during recovery from depression is a normal part of recovering from depression. Just because you happen to have a setback in your mood, whether that's days where you feel less hopeful or you have lower energy, that doesn't mean you're falling back into a depression spiral. So it's important to recognize and be aware that little setbacks are part of the recovery process in depression. But even though these dips in mood are normal, there are two common pitfalls that people can get trapped in that can cause these temporary setbacks to spiral into something bigger, like a relapse into depression. And the first pitfall is something that a lot of people fall into without even realizing it, and that's overanalyzing the cause of mood dips. When your mood drops, it's really tempting to want to know why. Was it something I did? Did I sleep poorly? Was it that argument I had with my partner? Maybe I haven't been eating right. And these are totally natural responses and totally natural questions to ask. We want to understand why we feel the way we do so we can then fix it. But the thing is, when you get stuck in this cycle of trying to figure out why your mood dropped, what it does is it keeps your focus on the negative. You're spending all of your energy digging through the past, trying to uncover the root cause, when in reality, sometimes there is no clear cause. And the more time you spend analyzing and overanalyzing, the more stuck you become. It's like trying to solve a problem that has no solution. You can spend hours, days, even thinking about why your mood dropped. But at the end of it, you're no closer to feeling better. In fact, you probably feel worse. And this is because the more you focus on what's wrong, the more your brain starts to believe that something really is wrong. One way to think about it is to imagine that you're driving and your car suddenly starts to make a weird noise. You might immediately start thinking, what caused this? Did I hit that bump too hard? Did I skip a service appointment? Is there something wrong with the engine? But if you spend all of your time thinking about what caused the noise, you might not actually pull over to check it out. And that's the same with mood dips. Sometimes we get so caught up in trying to figure out why we're feeling low that we forget to actually take action to feel better. Sometimes there's just no clear reason for a mood drop. It just happens. So instead of focusing all of your energy on trying to find a cause, focus on what you can do to feel a little bit better. And so the idea here is to shift your focus away from analyzing to action. Instead of thinking, why do I feel this way? What you want to do is to ask yourself, what can I do right now to feel a little bit better? Maybe that means calling a friend or getting outside for some fresh air or doing some small activity that you enjoy. The key here is to take action, even if it's just a small step. And the second pitfall in depression recovery is something I've already touched on, and that's catastrophizing these drops in mood. Imagine you've been doing better for a little while. Maybe you're getting back to your regular routine, you're feeling a little bit more like yourself, and then out of the blue, out of nowhere, your mood drops. You feel low, you feel maybe a little bit lethargic, a little hopeless. And now this can be incredibly alarming. And so it's easy in that moment to think, oh no, here we go again. I'm falling back into depression. And here's where the catastrophizing trap sets in. You start to believe that this one bad day or even a few bad days means that all of your progress is gone. You convince yourself that you're spiraling back full force into depression, and that thought itself can trigger even more anxiety, even more sadness, even more hopelessness. And before you know it, that anxiety makes you feel even worse, and you start to spiral further down. The very fear that depression is coming back then creates this self-fulfilling prophecy. What's important to remember is that mood dips are normal. Everyone experiences them, even people who aren't recovering from depression. But when you're in recovery, it's easy to feel like these dips are a sign of catastrophe or a sign of failure. But they're not. They're just a part of the natural process of healing. One way of thinking about it is that if you've ever been recovering from an injury, maybe say a sprained ankle, you know that some days your ankle feels pretty good, you're able to walk a little more easily, it's not as painful, but then you step just a little bit wrong or push it a little too hard, and the pain flares up again. That doesn't mean your ankle is permanently injured. It just means that the healing process isn't a straight line, which is the same in depression recovery. Some days you're going to feel stronger, and other days you're going to feel like you've taken a step back. But that doesn't mean you're not still on that path to get better. So how do you avoid falling into this catastrophizing trap? Well, the first step is acceptance, accepting that these dips in mood are normal. When you wake up feeling down, instead of panicking and thinking, oh no, here we go again, it's important to remind yourself that it's okay. This is part of the process. It's like having a day of rain after a week of sunshine. It doesn't mean that the sun won't ever come back. It's just a temporary shift. Recovery from depression is the same. Some days you're going to feel heavier and more difficult than others, and that's okay. And the second part of avoiding this pitfall is about re-engaging in your life, even when your mood drops. And this is where people get stuck. They often assume that because their mood has dropped or is lower, they should stop what they're doing and stop everything they're doing until they feel better. But the reality is, staying active, even in small ways, can help lift your mood back up. And it's important to adjust your expectations while you do this. On a good day, maybe you're able to go for a long walk or take on a big project at work. But on low mood days, those goals might feel really difficult or impossible even. That doesn't mean you shouldn't stop altogether. It just means that you need to scale back on your goals. Maybe instead of going for a long walk, you take a shorter one just around the block. Instead of tackling that big project at work, you handle a small task that's been on your desk for a little while. The key is to keep moving forward, even if it's at a slower pace. So, acceptance and re-engagement. If you can practice these two things, you'll be much less likely to fall into that catastrophizing spiral when your mood drops. So the two key traps that depression will set for you with regards to these mood dips are overanalyzing and catastrophizing. And so by resisting the urge to try and figure out why your mood has dropped, and by practicing acceptance and focusing on small, manageable goals when you do experience a drop in mood, these can help you manage these temporary mood dips that are a normal, natural part of recovery from depression. And if you can prevent these temporary drops in mood from becoming more significant relapses, it can help you get back on that upward trajectory in your recovery. The problem is depression tends to have a tendency to resurface, especially if we're not careful of the steps that we've taken to recover. Research tells us that over half of the people who experience a major depressive episode at some point in their life will experience another depressive episode later in their life. And that likelihood increases with more depressive episodes. And the risk for relapse and depression tends to be highest in the first months after recovery, but it can remain present for years. Now, I don't mean this to be discouraging, and I know it might sound disheartening, but there is a silver lining to this knowledge. For depression to recur, you must have gotten better in the first place. And the fact that you've done it once, the fact that you've recovered once from depression, means that you can do it again. So the question isn't about making relapse impossible, because that's unrealistic for anyone. The real goal is to make relapse as unlikely as possible while equipping yourself to bounce back faster and stronger if you do experience a depression relapse. So, going back to our forest analogy, think of it as learning to navigate the way out of the forest more quickly and avoiding sort of the deepest, kind of scariest parts of that forest. Now, one of the most effective strategies to prevent relapse and depression is to continue to take care of yourself, even when you're feeling well. And this is really important, and a lot of people don't think about it. And they don't think about, why should I continue focusing on self-care when I'm not depressed? Because the thing is, most of us only pay attention to our well-being when things go wrong. When we feel good, we often take it for granted. It's easy to fall into the mindset of, I'm fine now, so I don't need to worry about that anymore. But that approach often backfires. I want you to think about your mental health as kind of like a car. When you're driving and the engine starts making a funny noise, you have a choice. You can either address the problem early on, or you can ignore it until your car breaks down. And too often in depression, people choose the latter. They wait until they feel truly awful before they start taking action. And they just try and keep pushing themselves. Can I keep going? Can I keep going? And if the answer is yes, they keep pushing forward, ignoring the warning signs of depression until they ultimately fall into a depression or a crisis. And so it becomes a very reactive approach to dealing with potential depression relapse. And this reactive approach has a lot of problems, as you might imagine, because the lower your mood drops, the harder it is to recover. Just like a car with a broken engine is a lot harder to fix than one with a minor issue. It's a lot more difficult to pull yourself out of a significant depressive episode than to address early warning signs. Your emotions are important in terms of feedback. When you feel down or anxious or overwhelmed, it's like your brain is waving a flag in front of you and saying, hey, something's off here. By ignoring these cues, what it means is that you're missing on opportunities to make changes early on before things get worse. See, the thing is, good mental health isn't just about avoiding depression. It's about thriving, ideally. You don't have to just settle for feeling just okay when you could be feeling genuinely well and really enjoying life. In other words, taking care of yourself even when you're feeling good enough isn't just about preventing depression relapse. It's about living as fulfilling and satisfying a life as possible. So, what do you do? What can you do to keep up your efforts once you've started to feel better after a depressive episode? Well, first, you can recognize that depression recovery is a process. It's not like a finish line. Uh, Imagine yourself planting a garden. You wouldn't just plant the seeds, watch them grow, and then just leave them alone. Without ongoing care, weeds take over your garden and the plants don't thrive as well. Similarly, maintaining your mental health requires regular attention to make sure that the depression doesn't seep back in. So, what you want to do is to identify early warning signs. Think about times where your mood began to dip in the past. What were some of the things that you noticed? Were there changes in your sleep patterns? Were there changes in energy levels? Were your changes in your appetite? Maybe you started withdrawing from people you cared about, or you lost interest in things that you used to enjoy. Once you can think about some of those things that happen, those are your personal red flags. And by recognizing them early on, you can then take steps to interrupt this process before you spiral into a depression. Imagine you're driving a car and you see some big storm clouds ahead. Instead of just driving on that same route, what you might do is pull over, go onto your phone, and figure out a different path. It's the same idea with early warning signs of depression. It's like that big cloud in the distance that you can see, and what you want to do is you want to make some adjustments before you get there, before you get into that situation. You want to build habits that support your long-term well-being. These habits are like your foundation. These things may include regular exercise, maintaining a constant sleep schedule, engaging in activities that bring you joy and meaning. They don't need to be grand gestures. Sometimes even just small, consistent actions are the most important things you can do. So, for example, if you found that walking in nature helps your mood, make it a non negotiable part of your weekly schedule. Even planning for a 20-minute stroll once a week can help boost your mental health. It's important to stay connected to your social support system because isolation and withdrawal from other people, that can be a breeding ground for depression. So make sure you make an effort to nurture your relationships through things like, calling your friends regularly or texting them or getting together once in a while to make sure that you're building that into your routine. Maybe you'll have set up a schedule with a friend where you're agree to meet up every couple of weeks for coffee. It's really important to ensure that you're having those regular social contacts. You want to keep using the tools that helped you recover. So, for example, if therapy or medication played a role in your recovery from depression, what you want to do is to consider sticking with that even after you've started to feel better. Because it can be tempting to think, I'm fine now, I don't need that stuff anymore. But those are kind of like the tools that helped you get better in the first place. And you can think of them kind of like guardrails that are there to keep you safe, especially as you experience challenges or setbacks or difficulties. So, depression recovery is an ongoing process. And while feeling better is a significant achievement, maintaining that feeling requires constant work and effort. And research shows that relapse when depression is common, particularly in the months following recovery. But you can take steps to reduce the likelihood of the recurrence of depression. And if you do experience depression symptoms, you can bounce back a lot quicker. The key strategy: prioritize self care even when you're not feeling well. Because most people tend to only focus on their well being when their mood worsens. But by taking proactive steps, it can help you maintain your mental health well into the well into the future. You also need to recognize early warning signs, changes in sleep, energy levels. Recognizing those things allows you to intervene early on. And by building regular healthy habits like exercise, maintaining supportive relationships, and continuing the therapeutic strategies that got you better in the first place, those are all things that are essential for long-term well-being. So all of these things not only reduce the risk of depression relapse, but what they can do is they enhance your overall quality of life. So I want to talk about how we can stay ahead of depression by focusing on three key strategies: planning for stressors, recognizing early warning signs of depression, and having an emergency action plan in case depression returns. So the idea is that these tools aren't about avoiding depression entirely, because that's not possible. But the idea is to give yourself the best chance of managing it effectively and being able to bounce back quickly if you ever do experience a return or a relapse of depression. It's important to recognize that stress is one of the most common triggers for a relapse of depression. And so, uh, planning for stress becomes really important. And planning for stress means identifying situations, people, or events that tend to increase our stress levels, and by thinking ahead about how you're going to be able to handle them. So, what you want to do is to anticipate major life changes. Things like a new job, or starting a new job, or moving, or a change in a relationship. These events, even if they're positive or negative, can be stressful. If you know transitions tend to throw off your balance, what you want to do is to plan ahead. So, for example, if you're returning to work after a period of depression, what you want to consider is maybe negotiating a graduated return to work. So you start off with part-time hours before eventually transitioning to full-time hours. It's important in terms of managing stress to set boundaries. Identify the people or the situations that tend to drain your energy and set clear boundaries with those people. This might mean saying no to extra commitments or limiting your time with people who tend to leave you feeling kind of depleted. You know, those relationships that are very one way. And so you finish talking to this person, you feel really drained by it. It's important to maintain your self-care routines. When life gets busy, it's tempting to sort of drop those activities that helped you feel better. Things like exercise, socializing, hobbies. But these are key. These are the things that help keep us stable and balanced. Self-care is a necessity. It's maintenance. It's not some sort of luxury that you can just give up when things get stressful. If running helps clear your mind, or getting together with a friend for coffee helps lift your mood, it's important to schedule these activities into your daily routine, even under conditions of stress, probably especially under conditions of stress. You want to adjust your expectations. If you're someone who sets really high standards for yourself, it's important to recognize that these standards might need to be flexible. You may need to let go of non essential tasks to allow yourself to sleep better or to feel less overwhelmed, particularly when you're under stress. So you can think of stress planning kind of like packing an umbrella before it rains. You don't wait until you're soaked to realize that you need the umbrella, but rather by anticipating the challenges and having the tools ready to manage them, you can help create a buffer between stress and your mental well being. The second key component to relapse prevention and depression is recognizing the early warning signs. Even with the best planning, there may be times when you start to feel the beginnings of a depression relapse. These early signs are kind of like the check engine light in your car. They're not the problem in itself, but they're a signal that something might need attention. The tricky part is that these early warning signs can often be subtle and easy to miss, especially if we're busy or distracted or stressed. So what are some of the early warning signs that you might want to look out for? Well, changes in sleep patterns, either sleeping too much or too little. If you find that you've lost interest in activities that you used to enjoy doing, If you notice you're more irritable or on edge, snappier, kind of have a shorter fuse. If you notice that your energy levels have shifted, if you're constantly feeling tired, if you're keeping to yourself more, withdrawing from friends or family, if you're having difficulty concentrating, having problems making decisions, what you want to do is to keep an eye out for these early warning signs. And one way to do this is to keep a mood journal. And so this doesn't have to be complicated. Just jot down a few notes each day about how you're feeling, what you did during the day, any changes that you've noticed. And over time, what you'll see is that you might start to recognize some patterns that are examples of your personal warning signs. And so once you recognize your early warning signs, what I encourage people to do is to create sort of mental stop signs when they notice these things. So, for example, if you have a history of overworking, your mental stop sign might be when you find yourself staying late at the office several nights in a row. If isolation is an early warning sign for you, your big stop sign might be when you notice you've gone a week or so without talking to a close friend. When you notice these early warning signs, it's time for yourself to recognize, to stop, and to ask yourself, is this behavior that I'm doing me in a direction that I don't want to go? Is this behavior kind of an early warning sign, an early step towards a potential depression relapse? And if the answer is yes, what you want to do is to take intervening steps at that time, because it's a lot easier to make a course correction early on than it is if you've experienced a full depressive relapse. But even with the best planning for stressors and heightened awareness of early warning signs of depression relapse, you might find that there are times where you do experience a relapse. And it's at these times where it's really important to have a clear plan to remind yourself what you need to do if you ever find yourself in that situation. And I refer to this as an emergency action plan. It's like a roadmap giving you a clear direction for what you need to do if you find yourself ever experiencing a major depressive episode again. So you want to have a few things in this mood emergency action plan. The first is you want to think about who is in your support network. Make a list of trusted friends or family members, or if you had a therapist that helped, make a list of all the people that you can turn to for support. Keep their contact information somewhere easy that you can find. So have your therapist's phone number in this mood emergency action plan. So if you ever do find yourself in a situation where you're feeling really down, you don't have to search and find it. It's right there for you. You also want to outline specific steps, specific things that you're going to do if you ever find yourself in a depressive episode again. Write down the actions that helped you feel better, right? So think about, what were the things that helped you come out of the depression in the first place? Reaching out to someone for support. Did you practice relaxation techniques? Did you engage in activities that made you feel better? Listening to music, going for walks? Did you focus on rest and reducing unnecessary obligations or stress? You want to think about and list what were the things that were really effective for you in terms of recovering from depression, as a reminder of, I need to go back to doing these things. In your emergency action plan, you want to include professional resources. Like I mentioned, your therapist's contact number, crisis hotline phone numbers, your doctor's details. If you're taking medication, include a reminder to check in with your doctor if you notice any changes in your mood, right? So these are things, as much as you can, you want to write them down so you don't have to think about them if you're ever experiencing a depressive episode. Uh, what you can also do in terms of this emergency action plan is to set up agreements with people you trust. Let a close friend or family member, let them know to tell you if they notice that you're withdrawing. They give them permission to check in and to encourage you to seek help. Sometimes other people can recognize problems before we do.
Ultimately, relapse prevention isn't about eliminating stress or guaranteeing that you're never going to experience depression symptoms again. It's about having the tools and strategies in place to help you manage those challenges when they arise. By planning ahead for stressors, by recognizing your early warning signs, and by having a concrete action plan that you can do if you notice those depression symptoms return, you're giving yourself the best chance of either preventing depression or bouncing back as quickly as you can. Because depression thrives in isolation and unpredictability and avoidance. But by taking a proactive approach to preventing depression relapse, by staying connected, by monitoring your mental health, and by having this plan, you're building your resilience. You don't need to be afraid of relapse, but you do need to be prepared for it. And with these strategies in place, you're going to be in a much stronger position to manage any potential depressive episodes that may occur. If you've ever struggled with depression, you know how hard it can be to see the light at the end of the tunnel when you're in the middle of it. But what if you could talk to your future self? Remind yourself how far you've come, what helped you heal, and how to keep moving forward. As you can imagine, that would be pretty powerful to help prevent future depression. So imagine that you're climbing a mountain. It's steep, it's exhausting, and at times you can't even see where the peak is. But once you've reached the top, you're amazed at the view. It's breathtaking. You feel strong, you feel accomplished, you feel sort of hopeful and proud. Now, imagine that you could leave a map for yourself, a guide to help you navigate that climb again if you ever had to do it, taking into account everything you learned about the first time you got to the top of that mountain. That's what writing a letter to your future self is like. It's like a map, a lifeline, a reminder of how you got to where you want to be. So when you're in a good place, when you've climbed out of the depths of depression, that's the time to write this letter. And it's not just any letter, it's a message to the version of you who might need it the most. It's a way to say, hey, look, I've been there. I know how it feels, and here's how I found my way out. So, what do you do in this letter? What do you write in it? Well, first of all, you want to start by reflecting on your lowest points. Describe to yourself how you felt, the thoughts that bothered you, and the weight of all of it. The point isn't to dwell on the pain, but to acknowledge it and to recognize it and to remind yourself of it. But then what you want to do in this letter is to shift to the steps that you took to heal. Did therapy help? Did medication help? Did journaling or exercise or leaning on loved ones, did those things help? Write it all down. Write down all of the things that helped. What were the things that helped? What were the things that didn't help? Be specific. If a certain medication worked for you, write it down. If a daily walk was helpful for you, write it down. If talking to friends regularly helped, write it down. You want to include as much detail as possible to remind yourself specifically what you needed to do to get better. But another important part of this letter is to be kind to yourself. Be the supportive person, the supportive friend you wished you had during your darkest days. Remind yourself that healing is possible because you've done it before. And if you're setting goals for the future, whether it's pursuing a hobby or improving relationships or taking better care of yourself, write down those expectations as well. This letter isn't just about survival. It isn't just about getting out of depression. It's about growth and ensuring that you're maintaining a progression forward in terms of your growth. Take time with this letter. Think about everything you wished you'd been able to tell yourself when you were in the midst of your last depression. So you have this letter. You've written down all of the information that you want to tell your future self.
how do you make sure that you actually get this letter to your future self? Well, you want to think of it kind of like a time capsule. And so the idea is you want to get this message sent to yourself 6, 8, 10 months from now. So, one thing I often encourage people to do is if you have a really organized friend, you write the letter, you seal it in an envelope, you address it to yourself, and you put a stamp on it. And you give this letter to that really organized friend, and you ask them in 6 to 10 months from now, just drop this letter off in a mailbox and don't tell me when you've done it. If you're writing the letter in the spring, maybe put it inside the pocket of a winter jacket that you always wear or in the box of Christmas decorations that you have. The idea is to place it somewhere where you'll naturally find it when the time is right, 6 to 10 months from now. Another thing you could do is to schedule it in an email to yourself 6 to 8 months from now. Now, most email services have this as an option to schedule when an email can be sent. So write it as an email, schedule the email, and try not to make note of when the email is scheduled to be sent. So there's lots of different ways you can actually get this letter to yourself 6 to 10 months from now. And so what ends up happening is that people typically forget about doing this because life gets busy, things happen, and you just move on and forget about it. And then one day, you get a letter in the mail, and the writing on the front looks familiar, but you don't know what it's about until you open it. Or you randomly get an email to yourself out of the blue one morning, or you stick your hand into your coat pocket and you find it. And when you find that letter, you get to experience time travel as it's your message to yourself in your own words, telling you what you wished you had been able to say to yourself when you were in depression. And that can be really, really powerful. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, what if I never need this letter? What if I stay well? Well, that's the best case scenario, and I hope that's the case for you. But even if you never need it, by getting this letter, it's a way to reflect on your progress, to recognize your resilience, and to remind yourself what your intentions were to the future. It's a gift from your present self to your future self, a reminder of how far you've come and where you're headed and where you want to be headed. And you can repeat this as many times as you want. After you get the letter, you can write another one to your future self, thinking of all the things that you want to remind yourself or encourage yourself to do 6 to 10 months from now. And I've had clients where this has just become a part of their life and they love doing it. Every 6 to 10 months, they get this letter and they experience it and they're able to tell themselves things to their future self that's just a gift, and so they just keep repeating it, and you can do it as many times as you want. So this is what I encourage you to do. Take some time this week or whenever you're seeing this video to write a letter to your future self. Be honest, be kind, and be specific about what the things are that you hope you're doing. What would you say to your future self? What reminders or advice would you want to tell yourself? And then find a creative way to deliver it to yourself a few months from now. Remember, recovery from depression, it's never a straight line. It has its ups and it has its downs. But this letter to your future self can be a remarkably powerful tool to help you prevent future depressive episodes. So there you have it. If you've made it all the way here, you've seen how many angles depression can take and how many ways there are to push back against it. We've talked about how thoughts and habits and assumptions can keep depression locked in place, and how small but consistent steps, whether it's adjusting sleep, setting goals, reaching out to others, or challenging unhelpful thinking patterns, can start to break that cycle. The bigger picture here is that recovery isn't just about one single tool or a quick fix to overcome depression. It's about building a set of strategies that work together and using them consistently over time. Some days, your progress may feel slow. Other days, it may feel like you're sliding back. But the skills that we've talked about in today's video,
goal setting, behavior change, cognitive awareness, relapse prevention. These are what can help you stay steady even when your mood begins to shift. Depression thrives on passivity and hopelessness. Hopefully, what this video has shown you is that you don't have to be stuck with the patterns that depression creates. You can change them, and with enough practice, those changes will start to hold. And if you're interested in learning more about cognitive behavioral therapy, I'd encourage you to check out this video. So that's all for today's video. As always, thank you for making it all the way to the end of this video, and I will see you in the next one.